Well, I was afraid to do that. I thought the mechanism of the door was all messed up. The last thing I wanted to do was leave the window down the whole freaking time. I said, nah, I thought of that. I'm like, no.
Yeah, I understand you thinking. You're
Yeah,
right.
I was like, that's all I need. No, roll down. I can't close, So I don't know. I think the door handle, maybe something in it like disconnected because of the cold. I don't know. No idea. It's just too funny. I'm like, really? I can't get out of the car. I'm like, are people there? That's why I was looking at the box and I'm like, people there. So I'll give it a good shot.
Oh, goodness. Thank you so much.
I'm going to let them get theirs.
Thank you.
Just know the tip will be based on.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Do you want more drink?
Oh, no, I'm good. Thanks. Yeah, no, I luckily left when I did and took my coffee with me and said, because otherwise I would have been stuck in the car. You would have been up here.
Yeah.
We're flipping out.
Oh, aren't they great?
The visualization of seeing you
Well, you know what's funny? I realized it when I was in my parking lot of my condo. So I climbed over once and I did it. And I did it a different way because I wanted to make sure the car door did open up from the outside, So I did that and I said, okay, maybe it is frozen. So the whole way I drove with the heater going right on it. But when I got here, I did some major weird thing because I had cookies in the car and I said, oh, I almost sat on the cookies the last time I did it. So I did this whole like acrobatic, so you're right. The visualization, like my feet were up in this like by the rearview mirror.
That's what I was thinking.
I do. Because I said I can't crush the cookies. Like and then I opened the door before I got over. So I'm like, yeah, it was like too funny. I love those things. So I sort of wish people had a video camera. Like some people will be embarrassed. I'm like, no, you should have gotten it on camera. It was too funny.
That's what it's been good on Facebook this
I
morning.
know. Like, Christmas morning. Too funny.
Yeah, that is. You made it.
I just laughed though, the synchronicity of things. Like, why today is my car door not opening? I'm supposed to stay home and quiet.
It was karma telling you missed all these times. And now that you've showed up back again, karma wants to say, hey, should be more here often.
You are good. You really are good. You just reached for that and poof.
He's always working.
I love it. I love it. I love it. What a beautiful way to spend Christmas. Thank you so much.
Really? It's just another day for me. To me.
Well,
Of course.
it is.
See, that's what was good about it. When she texted me and she said, we're going on Sunday, I'm like, oh my God, that's Sunday. I'm like, oh my God, that's perfect. It's any other day to me. Like
Being with our family.
Yeah.
It's just another day. And what are we going to do today?
Yeah.
I know. I mean, I celebrated with everybody. And
Oh, did you guys know that I went? So I was trying to get hoodies for these guys right here, special hoodies because they were from Foot Locker and they were like of really high quality for really less expensive price. So I was at Foot Locker and this woman was looking. People were frantic looking for stuff, and I'm walking in there in all red with a bald head, and she said, "Excuse me, do you work here?"
I could have guessed that right off too. You read.
And Foot Locker, the employees wear black and white. The referee shirts. The referee shirts. Then I was going in the mall. The people who gives out the skincare products, the little packages.
Yeah.
They're like that. They watch you really closely to see who's got money, who's
Right.
And then they're like, "Hi, how are you? I have a gift for you." And I'm walking through the mall, and someone did that to me, and I was like, "Oh no, I'm okay." But as I passed the guy, I was like, "Skincare? Me? Monk? The bald head? You put this together?
Isn't that funny? Well, but he's a young,
Brenda,
probably a young kid, right?
Brenda,
Yeah.
do you want to say it to his face? Why don't you talk to him about
What?
skincare stuff we were talking
Oh,
about?
a lady just
No.
emailed me that came to the teacher, what do you do for your skin? I said, I'm gonna get a facelift, and I didn't know what to say. I said, this barn takes a lot of paint.
That's funny.
Oh.
I'm glad you changed that, because I was talking about making fun of him,
Oh.
talking about his skin.
I just couldn't believe stuff that's
I know,
happening in
I
the
know,
mall.
isn't that something?
Oh, every
Yeah,
year
but
just
how often do you go to the mall?
not that often. Just when because I'm
So-
doing a fundraising thing to promote my school of Buddhism,
Yeah.
and I'm getting logos on the back and the front. But I made a video and I've asked people for their suggestions. So just because it engages into marketing and stuff like that, so which is borderline of our rules. So
You are on the edge, aren't you?
always.
Always.
Oh, I'm the one that step outside the box and is always trying to just stir things up.
Now, what's the logo or shirt gonna say?
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
Because
I
I'm thinking
have.
about I might want one. Am I allowed to wear one?
Oh yeah. I'll show you guys the design probably at the end, so you guys have something to look forward to. But it's pretty cool. Basically, on the back it says, "Help create a new world," and then it has a picture of a person meditating. It's like really awesome. One of my students is a designer in that arena, and it says Qidao, and it says free Buddhist education, meditation, and counseling.
Wow.
And it has my phone number, and you can
That is good. Yeah.
free education. That's what we need.
Yeah.
We'll be walking billboards.
I figured all these years that some people, just some, well, I should say most people want to have something or get something for their money. They, when I'm giving teachings on givings and stuff like that, on giving and donations and generosity, I don't think they. Yeah, they want to have something. They're like, we would rather pay $25 to have a shirt, and then here you.
Yeah.
Just the mentality of the first world. Obviously, you all know that I'm not here for the donations because I come and I don't even pay attention to the alms bowl. I don't even know if there's like envelopes left.
There isn't now.
But you notice that every time when I come, it's this and this only. I don't pay attention to anything unless there's like a whole room of people, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do? And I'm very lost when Brendan's not here. So I'm like this in my mind.
I'll make sure you get your money. Right behind you, is that for donation or is that something else?
Oh no, that other alms bowl over there.
Okay.
But I really enjoy doing this. I really do. And to share some of the joy lately is Devin came back from the Army, 20-year-old Devin. And then I had Alex, who is 23-year-old, now married, United States Air Force. These are students and assistants that left and then came back. And I didn't realize it's been like, for Devin, it's been 7 months. And then for Alex, it's been like 2 years since I've seen him.
Aw.
And I was like, 2 years?
Yeah.
You married? And so it's a joy to have them come back and spend Christmas with me. And I didn't even know they were coming back. So, a life of a monk is, one could postulate, quite lonely, because and that's how you actually measure and gauge the teacher as to how he has been practicing. Has he been practicing right? Solitude is one of them. Solitude is one of the trademarks of a meditation teacher, that they stay to themselves. They have not a lot of public contacts. So one could really look at my life and realize, well, he's only 35, and every time when we see him on here, it's either one or two students. He keeps to himself, and quite frankly, the only time I speak is when I'm doing this. But in my day, 90% of my day is silence. Yeah, observation of silence.
Wow, no wonder you let it all out.
And I really do. And then there are some teachings, that I get really passionate. I mean, the F-bomb comes out and everything. So it's what we call reality therapy.
Yeah.
And it depends on the type. What people don't understand across the world is it depends on what student is in front of me. that I'm engaging in that I have to switch language. And some students are very resistant to a lot of things. And you see all sorts of facial expression from me. And the world's like, oh, he must have not his tea this morning. You know, someone did not make his tea this morning.
Yeah.
He woke up on the way other side of the bed,
Yeah,
on the floor. He wound up on the floor. So it's a day that's just a joy, I think, for everyone and for me to see Miss Brenda coming back. And I just seen your picture yesterday on Facebook, and Randy, I was wondering where you were.
Where was I? That's the wonder of it all. Where are we?
So these two faithful servants, they've been here every Sunday.
Champions.
Yeah.
Champion students. So let us get some of these housekeeping stuff out of the way, and then we can proceed on with today's talk. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. Namo Buddhaya, Namo Dhammaya, Namo Sanghaya. We pay homage and respect to the Blessed One, the Worthy One, the fully enlightened Gautama Buddha. So, So good morning to everyone across the world, particularly in the U.S., as we're dealing with this blizzard and whatever this this blizzard storm. My best friend Austin from California was stuck in Fort Lauderdale last night due to the cancellation of flights. So his parents had to leave at like 12 o'clock at night to go all the way down to Fort Lauderdale to grab him. That's a 4-hour drive. Ay. So yeah, so be blessed if you're home right now and warm and watching all of us celebrate Christmas, a Buddhist monk celebrating Christmas with all of these wonderful, wonderful students in front of me. Let's talk about these two folks right here for a second. While you guys had your own agendas on your Sundays, we went monastery at Venerable Chittanand's monastery. And these folks were with me. And I all sorts of things unfolded. Oh man, it's probably a good thing you didn't come because all sorts of encounters as we were there. I was looking for Venerable Chittanand. It's customary that we go to the office and check in. The monk tells he's there and he's visiting students and so on. And this lady was like, "I'm sorry, have you seen all the monks, madam? They're not here." Do you possibly know where they are? They're not here. Oh, alrighty then. Have a wonderful day. So off I went, and then we went to the food area. And by the time we got there, it was like 12. And these folks, I'm pretty sure their tummy was growling because we just got done with service here. So I said, yeah, let's hang out. They have this vegetarian food festival there. And then I'm standing there in red. I didn't want to, I don't match their colors when I go. So clearly I'm a visiting monk, not a residential monk. It's just people were just cutting in line, just right in front of the monk. And I was just like, So I just wanted them to watch. I just wanted them to just see how, talk about mindfulness, right? At the monastery, and you have a visiting monk, and people were just like, I wasn't even there. I'm like, am I that short? So just all sorts. It is, and then they charge money. We were prepared to spend money. then I skipped the line. I'm like, all right, y'all can have whatever y'all. Because when I'm looking at the menu, I'm like, oh, this is a little spicy. So y'all have at it. So we sit. I come back for sticky rice, and then somewhere down the line we came back for the Thai tea, and they're like, oh, I put the money on the table, like $3, and they're like, no, 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 no. And I said, no, 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 no. And they were Thai, and their accent, I'm not sure if they understand what we're doing here. And I said, no, 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 this is from my good karma, kusala karma. I think I just said karma, right? Good karma. I didn't use all of the Pali language, because when no one understands people, you use the Buddhist language to tell them what you mean. And anyways, then they were like, well, we don't ever charge monks money. I said, yeah, but every time I come, I always pay. They let me pay. So then there was that confusion of the two sides of the table. So it was very, very festive. Then we sat and we encountered people who were visiting from like Pennsylvania. The one gal was from Pennsylvania. She wanted a picture with her father. And so we got a group picture, and she wanted to ask me some questions. I said, come sit with us. You can ask all the questions you like. So they interviewed she interviewed me, and then she interviewed these guys, which it was on YouTube. And I was just very impressed with the way how they spoke directly. They were being cross-examined. No different than as if they were in court. Yeah, sometimes, and even Devin, to all these students that's coming back, when they're with me, I speak more and they just kind of sit. And I'm not sure if they are a sponge, if they're absorbing the information, if it means something to them, or how are they reflecting. But yeah, it was actually quite astonishing to watch them speak to visitors about their journey, what led them to Buddhism, where they're at so far, and how they're progressing forward. Yeah, it was just really beautiful to like, oh, I didn't realize that I made such an impact on them, and Buddhism made such an impact on them. I was like, okay, all right, carry on.
Which monastery? Where were you at?
You came with us, right?
Oh, that same one.
The same
Okay.
one over there. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't ever mention the names of monasteries for that
okay,
reason.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Just for some of these encounters, it's the way that it is. Whew. Then I spoke about it the next week, and I said, I'll be darned if my monastery ever operates like that. Oof. Then these two folks left, and I went into the hall where there was like an activity hall. Had a couple really nice Buddha statues in there that y'all haven't seen. And this lady saw me in there, and she quickly, like, she dropped, like, her whole life. She dropped everything and wanted to bow to me, like, on the activity floor, which is really dirty. I mean, it's like a high school cafeteria type dirty. And I excused her. I said, no, you're okay. Up. So it was like, it was like night and day at the monastery. On the outside, people were rowdy, and then somewhere down in the inside, for those who practice right and
Like the world.
like mindful, So yeah, nothing surprises me anymore.
But it must not be that unusual for you.
Well, years ago, I used to visit a lot of monasteries and give more teachings than I do now. But yeah, it just shows the magnitude of how people are conditioned by society about forgetfulness. It's Christmas, so of course Christ is born on this day, and you would never behave like that at a church, especially when there's a cardinal walking around, or an archbishop, or a bishop walking around in purple and red. I had a peer-to-peer talk with a colleague of mine who used to be a venerable too, of 6 years. I really respect him. This is when we spoke, and he cites the rules for monks. I test some of these guys when I'm talking to them just to see, like Venerable Lucky from Laos. You know, he's young and he's very devoted. And I'm like, yeah, you ever want to come to the U.S.? He's like, I would love to come to the U.S. My uncle's in Texas. He's a monk too. I said, yeah. You know, I have a beautiful white girl here for you when you come. You want to get married and stay here and disrobe? Yeah. Like I would test them. I would test their morals and ethics just to see, and I would watch the reaction. And he was like, oh, no, monk forever, no. So some of the monks that I speak to, that I play all sorts of games just to see if they're practicing right. See, I'm scanning for their motives. Just for fun. And Venerable Adrian told me, he says, yeah, it seems like the lay people was running that temple instead of the monks. And I was like, oh. And I know why he disrobed. Venerable Adrian was very uniform about why he disrobed in Thailand. Because some of the stuff that was going. I mean, listen, if the Vatican got issues, we got issues. Okay? So that's why School of Qidao needs to proliferate. Right? School of Qidao needs to flourish somewhere down the line. But it was good to witness these things. It was good to watch these things unfold, even in a monastery, where there are so many religious symbols, and yet people were just like, again, cutting in line right in front of a monk, and it came really close quarters to a monk. We're like very pure beings in Thailand and elsewhere in Myanmar. It would never ever get that close to very dangerously close to a monk. And I was like, hi, good morning. How are you?
Yeah, but that's what's so interesting, depending on what setting you put yourself in. Okay, so
yeah, so I was just sometimes I'm just like, oh, Venerable Varapanyo, an American Buddhist monk who sat right over there, and we went. I took them to dolphin sightseeing out in Clearwater. When we were on the boat, there were so many people on the boat. He actually freaked. He didn't tell me he was freaking out. He was really freaking out. Literally, like high blood pressure went up because there were so many people on the boat that he actually he retreated in the back of the boat, and he just meditated. And I'm just like, dude, you're missing all the view. Like, yeah, the dolphin's right over there, And he was like a rock. It was very impressive to see an American monk just shut off from the world. He literally, when you looked at him, you looked at this TV. It was somebody shut off the TV, and it was just us. What is so special about this TV up here? Nothing. It's just there. He was just there. So I kind of came over there, and he looked really peaceful. I have pictures of that. And I sat next to him. I was like, psst. What are you doing? Why are you not enjoying yourself? There's people around. And he opened his eyes just a little bit. He says, there's a lot of people around here, There's a lot of people around here, And I was like, oh, you're one of those kind of monk. I was like, oh, okay. That actually reminded me that he is more of a forest monk, and I'm the urban Buddhist monk, who I've been so comfortable around people that I can see but they're intruding into his peace. So anyways, that was interesting. I always learn when people visit me, and when I take my students, that's the students' thing is to observe what's unfolding. Buddhism and the practice of meditation is being the expert witness of what's unfolding in front of you. And everything is beautiful, whether you can see it or not. It's just the perspective of your eyes. No, I've never offended when they don't bow to me, or they don't do these things, or when they cut in line and stuff like that. What I'm doing as a monk is to gather information to improve the quality of humanity based on what I observe. So again, yes.
I would love to tell you something regarding what you said, that you wouldn't act a certain way like in a Catholic church. 7 years ago today, is it St. Paul's?
Cathedral in New York City, the big one.
Oh.
huge one.
Mm.
We're in there for Christmas morning service.
We're not Catholic, but we
Yeah.
went, it's a famous place.
And when the priest, Cardinal,
There's a
O'Connor?
famous cardinal named Cardinal Dolan.
although
He's
he,
on TV all
Oh,
the
yeah.
time as a spokesman.
Yeah,
He
I remember
came-
him. I know him. Yeah.
he came in almost skipping, Rick jumped up and high-fived him. He high-fived him back.
They have what they call the sacred procession,
Yes.
and
Oh,
everybody stands up and the organs are just blasting
that's too
everywhere.
funny.
And everybody turns around to look to see the cardinal and the procession, and he's going like this.
I love it.
Like this, and I just stepped out of the thing and went boom, and he went boom, like that. And he gets up and he said, "You might want to know why I'm doing this." He goes, "It's Jesus' birthday. I'm having a party.
Yeah.
You want to join me?" And I thought, isn't that cool? Isn't that cool?
Then after mass, we went outside and there was another priest out there. Rick's photo bombing behind him, and I'm going, look, security was coming at him.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
And that's what's right about Rick, and we need more Ricks in the world.
And I see my brother stirring also outside the box that you say.
Yeah. The Dalai Lama himself said, know the rules so that you can break it effectively. Uh-huh. The Dalai Lama himself also dances when the rule says you cannot dance.
Oh, yes.
Yes. And what was the other most senior monk? One of Ajahn Chah's,
Oh. See,
there was another most venerable. He's considered probably His Holiness by now. They gave him a glass of wine during a public talk, and he grabbed the, it's one of our precepts to refrain from intoxicating substance. But you can refrain, meaning keep to, but I mean, you can drink. You just can't get drunk to the point where you're holding the microphone. You have no idea what planet you're on.
Yeah.
And so he's holding the glass of wine. He says, "Oh, we're stretching the rules a little bit, huh?" And chuckled, and he deserves it. I mean, he was in his 80s. I think he's in his 90s now. But yes, I mean, we're so conformed to the box that we can't think outside the box. Just yesterday, I personally took a CBT book to the mall where my student was, because he had to go to work 30 minutes prior. And I gave him the CBT book because he was going through stress in the home. And I said, Buddhism is a philosophy, right? And he says, huh? The student was very adamant that if it was a religion, he would never practice it. He would never dive into it with curiosity. So the fact that I changed that for him, and I did that across the, all of these pictures that I just posted. There was 2 pictures that I split in half. One with the Buddha behind me, and then one with Christ. Christ was behind me. One was Buddha behind me. Put the 2 pictures together, and I said, Buddhism is a philosophy, way of life, not a religion. And the student's like, oh, if it's a philosophy, I'll definitely, I'm really into that. All right, well, I changed my mind. But you see the box that society's, expectations, and you have to teach them how to think. Slowly, you have to start untangling the tangle. And Cardinal Dolan, he knows he's awesome. He's us holy men, and I'm not tooting my own horn, but when we're awesome, we know we're awesome, and we know that there's people out there that knows that we're awesome, and they just couldn't wait to meet us, So when he's holding the staff and he's walking, he's the prince of the church. He's the prince of he can do whatever he wants. And the Pope's sitting back watching this unfold. They chose him for a reason, the College of Cardinals. So he's going to do what he's doing. And I think, so I also coined a new term, Buddhist cardinals, to signify the influence, the large influence that some of us have. There's only a handful of us, probably 4 of us in the world. I'm one of them, and there's another one. So I wanted to coin new terms so that the Buddhist world understands their level of influence and the quality of their teachings. We all wear the same thing. You can't make out who's most venerable. Um, there's a 25-year-old abbot in Vietnam. I've never seen an abbot that's 25 years old. He's running the whole temple by himself, up in the mountains with hundreds of followers. And I was like, oh my God, you know. There's also another abbot that appeared like he was in his 30s, but he's like His Holiness in his 30s in another region in Thailand. It was amazing to watch the level of influence. So for the American crowd, for my students, if you all ever to travel with me, you need to know who's who. You don't want to, cut in line in front of his eminence. you don't want to cut in line in front of his holiness.
We should
But-
cut in line in front of anybody.
Correct.
Yes.
But I'm mortified when my students walk into places like that and they can't differentiate who's who. You have to really watch out who's who. Even I didn't even know the abbot of Venerable Chittanang's temple. I actually walked down the stairs and he was with his posse. The same posse that you see in the Pentagon when a 5-star general is walking and all surrounding 3-star, 2-stars are with him. And I stepped down to the thing and I was just, again, I think I'm processing information a little slow. I see the senior monk and I couldn't put it all together why there's like all of his boys around him. And I couldn't put my hands fast enough together to greet him. And they've already passed me. And he gave me this look like, it was one of those look. And I was like, whew. So even I make mistakes just because there's so many people around and there's so many colors and and they're moving so quick, and so now I have to caution myself to move a little slower so I can process what's happening at just particularly large monasteries.
I feel as though we should try to treat everyone like that, though, right?
But in other, that's just why we change by traveling. We change by seeing.
Yeah.
And next year I'm traveling, and and I'm opening up programs for people to travel with me. For those who haven't seen suffering, like, have you seen old age, death, disease, decay? I mean, for the senior folk, y'all have seen it. Birth, disease, old age, decay.
It's all relative.
Right. But for the younger crowds, they haven't quite get it until you come to my country and you see the sights that the Buddha saw in the streets, the leprosy, no arms, no legs, they're wearing rags and stuff like that. And when you see that, your eyes are just open this big and you realize how blessed I am to be where I'm at. Even if you don't even have any money, the fact that you don't have leprosy or you don't have some of these diseases that, you know what I mean? So we change, it totally changes your whole world when you see these things. But yeah, it's a really, really good thing. And that's why part of our monastic training is to travel different regions to see these things and then bring the experience back to the people, to storytelling, basically storytelling. And so today I promised Christmas that I was going to merge Christianity together, Christ together, and Buddha together, and to celebrate his birth, his awesome birth. And when you look at the birth of the Buddha, so when you look at the Virgin Mary and Maya, the Buddha's mother, Maya, you realize that their births are very unique and different, not like any other births. The Buddha actually popped out of the rib cage of Maya.
What?
Yeah, like, what? Are you sure the Buddha's real? Because wow. Are you sure Jesus is real? And so some of these stories make people kind of scratch their head, but I mean, who cares? Right? Who really cares if Buddha came out that way, or how Jesus was this homeless baby wrapped in rags? The story is still beautiful, and the psychological truth that is behind Christ and Buddha. And then of course, the two similarities that when the Buddha was born, all these wise people came around and they were like, let us see him. Same thing like the kings when they saw Jesus, and the kings realized, oh, oh yeah, this boy's going to be the one. This is the boy. This is the one. And the wise sages that gathered around the Buddha, they saw these marks on him, and they realized, all right, King Suddhodana, we have something to tell you. Two things might happen with this baby. One, he's going to be the greatest king and ruler of all that the world has ever seen. And number two, he's probably going to be a holy man, but one that the world has ever seen. So you do what you do, but yeah, we just want to let you know he might be one of these two. So, the king did everything that he possibly could to create the causes and conditions for him to be the great king, of course.
I feel like he is.
Yeah. So again, he put walls up on the palace, and so that the Buddha couldn't see the sights of suffering. When we see the similarities of what the Buddha saw and what Jesus saw was a lot of suffering in the world. Eventually, they saw suffering in the world, you know. And we see how much their heart was moved on what they saw. Jesus performed miracles. I mean, just poof, and then you just got up and started walking. Just poof, and your mental, physical pain went away. The miracles that Jesus performed was amazing. The Buddha performed his miracles by and through his teachings, by and through counseling, pretty much. By and through stories, he comforted those who were in mental anguish. There was a lady whose son, I believe it was her son. I'm really bad at storytelling, by the way. I'm a clinical monk, not a sutta study monk. So, her son was dying, and she really dying and on the verge of death, and went around wanting to ask, came to the Buddha and said, my son is dying. Can you do something? And the Buddha says, yeah, well, why don't you, first and foremost, my instruction to you is to go around these villages and your neighbors and ask them if they have or don't have mustard seed in their house, in their homes. And of course, everyone has mustard seed in their homes. She came back, or something about the mustard seed. She came back, she told the Buddha, I couldn't find no one that does not have mustard seed in their home. And the Buddha says, yeah, same thing with death. Eventually it's going to happen. Death is going to find its way to your home, or you're going to find death. So you just have to embrace it and not be in such despair right now. So anyways, buying through the many, many, many stories, the story of Angulimala, the murderer, the serial murderer that ran around and killed so many people. Eventually, the Buddha stopped him and said, look, you've been running your whole life, chasing after people and chasing after this pride of you being, taking pride that you're a murderer. You just stop and just chill out. There's a better way of living. So by and do his oratory skills was able to change so many lives, from the hundreds to the thousands later in his 45 years of teachings. We are indebted this day to the teachings of Christ and Buddha. Though historically along the way, the two millenniums, there's wars in between, and my God is awesome and your God sucks, and all of these things doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Without Christ and his teachings, without the teachings of the Buddha, imagine what the world would be like. If it's already like this today, imagine what it would be like without this way of living and teaching the ethics and the morality behind it, the fundamentals behind it, the foundations behind it. Now, babies bring joys to the world, and Jesus was that baby. Baby's there, and I was like, oh my God, it's so cute. Look at him wiggling his little toe. I just want to tickle his little toe. I do that every time when I have a lot of students have babies, and I go to John Hopkins, And I go in there, and John Hopkins, we're so blessed with the technologies we have when it comes to birth, and the science behind birth, the succession, and survivability. In 1900s, y'all know, 1900s, that was one of the most dangerous things, was to give birth in the 1900s. Fatality and, just mortality. And I always like to go over there and tickle their toes, and they're like, I play with the baby for a little bit. I give my blessings to the baby, and I look at the parents very seriously. Yeah. And I sit with them, and I talk with them, and I say, you see this baby here? Yeah. Well, this baby's gonna go one or two ways. In replacement for the wise, in replacement for the great kings and sages that gather around Jesus and the Buddha. Now I'm in their place, right? Those guys are long gone. Yeah. So I give the stark warnings to the emerging young parents when I come to the hospital and I see the baby. I realize, a new life is born. We welcome John, Tom, Harry, Darian, whatever, Darian. And and I look at the parents and I go, two things can happen with this baby as this baby emerges and will grow and develop. This baby is going to be the most kindful, loving, compassionate, and understanding child, man, woman the world has ever seen. Or this baby could be one of the most destructive human the world has ever seen. And both of you parents play a role into the cultivation of this baby, and how things are going to unfold the way that it is going to unfold. And and I gave my little spiel, my little, half an hour, 40-minute spiel, and I teach them the way to do so. And I, of course, tell them, make sure that every day you meditate on the Four Noble Truths. Every day that you are practicing the Noble Eightfold Path, make sure that you reflect on the threefold training and cultivate your heart, because this baby growing up from now until 7 years old, from now until 4 years old, will watch everything that you do. Every words that come into this house is like music, and this baby's going to absorb it all. You want this baby to become the next rapper? We'll keep playing rap, and it will become the next rapper. You want this baby to be the next greatest of all time? There should be nothing but love in this house. Love, caring, kind. We love you. We care for you. We're here for you. And this baby's going to grow up and going to need love, and is going to want to love other people. And how you love this baby will determine the outcome of that. Whether this baby's going to have, the many divorces or the many marriages, more roses or more thorns, depend on how the parents teach the baby, and will be there for the baby, and will put the baby as priority one. So, that whole spiel. And then off I go. That's my job as a holy man, is to really program these parents, trying to do what the Buddha has been doing, which is to change people to perform miracles through just telling them what needs to be done, if they don't know what needs to be done. And of course, I just hope that they do, what was suggested, and then off I go to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, in my 7 years of walking. Of course, now driving, but when I started out, when I first started out, I had my phone and my umbrella, and I literally walked the whole city of St. Pete, Fifth Ave, all the way to the hospital. Yeah, would walk miles, and even at night would walk to attend to these births. Literally, they would invite me, and then there are pictures I have published, and there's pictures I have not published because I didn't want you ready to laugh. I didn't want people to think that was my baby. I'm a young, good-looking monk. He's holding a baby, and he's just really joyful. What's going on here? I graduated from my apprenticeship, and I'm off on my own, and they're like, he's off on his own. Sometimes he's not at the monastery 24/7, and now he's holding a baby. What exactly has he been doing? So when pictures are taken, I have to really think about what it means to the world, not because what I want to. Who would understand that this is somebody else's baby that I just blessed? I'm young, and I look, you know what I mean? And people are like, huh, interesting. Where's the mother? Where are the parents? And so, anyways, so I have reserved that until I gathered a little bit more age, and wisdom and things too before I. And by the way, at the time of this talk across the world, I would consent to a DNA test all day, every day. And so you all can look up, y'all can run my DNA. But yeah, I used to go down there a lot, and it's one of the joys I think that priests and rabbis and venerables and monks share is welcoming new life to the world. It's our position. It's our position actually in Buddhism to when I pause, you all know it's coming. It's our position is to try to get people to reconsider having a child, actually, to really carefully reconsider having a baby, because yeah, it is human instinct, it is human behavior, and so on, but just the enormous amount of responsibility that comes afterwards. And when you see the parenting styles nowadays, and you ask the parents, who, so it's a little rough. I just want the next generation of parents to know that it is a very, very big responsibility, especially parental supervision alone. And you all know that Stephen, who is now with his family for the holidays, I didn't expect him to assist. That 41 degrees weather, I did not expect these 20-year-olds to get up and follow me. Now, Steve is under my direct supervision and guidance. Direct, meaning I'm watching a lot of things unfold, how he studies and everything. You guys know that. While you guys were absent, I have students I'm now being the parent. I am now a venerable father. No different than a Jen Chow. Now I'm watching all sorts of things unfold. Yeah, I'm telling them go study CBT, and somewhere down the road, the phone sits there, and they flip the pages, and I'm not blind. It's like, and it's how you just measure in 1 hour, the phone is picked up about 43 times in 1 hour. Yeah, and they're being distracted, so and whatever emotions that is attached to the text message of who you guys know this. When y'all having conversation with people, it's like, Brenda, are you going to G Dao's class today? Hold on. I think I forgot one of my teeth. So the narrative that is playing out in the text message requires you to think, requires you to type and text and trying to coordinate the timing. Like, okay, well, maybe we should grab, G Dao a teddy bear since he's so lonely. He might benefit from hugging this teddy bear for Christmas. Okay, what?
I told you, Brenda.
So it depends on what conversation is taking place. You realize there's so much cognitive investment, emotional investment in the text. I know this. We all know, adults know this. Now, these kids are just talking to girls and hookups and, let's party tonight. Devin's coming into town from the military. Who's got a bottle of Crown? How much money are we gonna pitch in? Are we gonna drink before we get to the club? And then I go over there in the most, and I don't want to be like the one monk that's like like some of these monks are really strict. Literally, you can't even breathe when you're around them. So I go over there. I'm like, "Hi, Stephen. How are you? How you doing, little guy? What did you just read in your chapter? Tell me about the chapter on setting goals real quick." And the book is set down and the phone is away, and he's like, we all should set goals, and goals are good. for our future. And I have many goals. And that's what the chapter is about. Clearly did not pay attention to the details of the chapter. Clearly. So I said, okay, well, all right, we'll keep reading. Are you taking notes? Yeah, I am. And he flips and pretend like it's in there, but I know better. We all know better, don't we? We just know. Now, for the working parents out there, they don't have time to do what I am conducting this study, conducting this research of watching these 20-year-olds do what they do, and who's really taking their suffering seriously, and who wants to transcend that, who really wants lasting peace and happiness. Who's really in for that, who's really taking that seriously, who's really seeing the benefits, the true medical psychological benefits of that. What does that even mean, right? So these poor parents out there who are working, trying to make ends meet, just simply surviving, are missing all of these key components for their growth and development. Then it gets into ADHDs and, dating and depression, and they're just creating just a lot of problems. And without the good, we've created this world in America where it's like that. And I can't expect the parents to sit and watch your kids like that. They need freedom too. It's like a mixture. It's like a mixture of supervision and freedom, self-autonomy. So I guess Stephen has been given one of the longest hall pass I have ever given as a monk. Just because I reflected, this week, so much happens in a week of the life of a monk, of a supervising monk. Y'all know I'm really strict. For some who can feel it, can see it, right? Through the smiles in my eyes. Y'all know that this is a man that is very disciplined. Cardinal level to discipline. Military major sergeant type to discipline. I can get there. I can do that. But I reflected and I'm like, the kid's neglecting a lot of things that you want, that you're expecting, Jidao. And you have two choices here. You can be this really strict monk and chase him away. So eventually you chase him away. Or just reflect right now, what were you doing when you were 20 years old? And I was worse than what he's doing now. Oh God. Jesus would shake his head. Jesus would shake his head. I didn't stop until like 24 of the partying and the staying out to 3 a.m. And so as he's partying, I just sat there and I just reflected to have compassion and understanding. And I just sat there and I just giggled to myself, by myself. And I said, Chida, you remember that one time you were in Ybor and that one girl that you were very attached to broke up with you and you cried like a baby in the bathroom and security had to pick you up and drag you out of the club? It was one of the most funniest thing ever. Oh, I was like, loud. It was like earthquake level loud, and security wasn't having it. The whole club wasn't having it. This huge black guy came and like really picked me up and dragged me out of the club. And I'm on the ground in Ybor in public. I swear, if someone has that video and they publish it, it's
on YouTube.
Oh yeah, put it on YouTube. It's over.
That was happy hour.
Not what you were doing.
That was sad hour. And I'm sitting on the side and walk out there, and I'm just, she broke up with me. I can't believe this. That was something else. So I understand when young people say, I'm not over her. I'm so attached to her. And I really mean it when I do the one-on-one session. I'm like, I really know, I really understand that level of attachment. Of course, I never have the time to share them some of these these very comical timeline of my life where I was acting a fool. But again, I fell so many times in life so that it got me to where I am today. It's because I don't want to fall like that anymore. Fool. I was such a fool. 8 billion people. Here I am in the club crying over one. And to really think that that was love. And to really think that she was, going to stick around until I was in my 30s. Just the foolishness of the mind. In today's talk, I also want to bring to light Venerable. He's a Catholic priest, Venerable Aloysius Schwartz. Venerable Aloysius Schwartz. And let me see if I can bring him up. Do you know him?
No, but they looked at me to see, because I'm Jewish, and that's why they looked over and.
Ah.
Schwartz and this and that.
Schwartz?
It's a Jewish name.
Oh,
Yeah, so he looked like, do you know? No, I don't. But there's a lot of Schwartz out there, probably.
Venerable Aloysius Schwartz.
Yeah.
Aloysius, not Alicia. Siri. And so here he is, right? And there's actually a lot now. Can we see? He's gonna be the next saint.
Maybe I do. He's a saint. Maybe I know him.
He's in the process to be a saint. He's
Mary in my top 3. So what I'm doing now is
I don't.
You know?
Doesn't need his picture. Okay, so apparently my iPad's not. This is him, and I think he passed away in '95. Again, I'm really bad at storytelling, so all of the
Yeah, I don't know.
all of the priests and cardinal out there, please forgive me as I'm going to. You know him?
Well, yeah, that's what I was looking at. No. Yeah,
No.
okay.
So he was born on September 18, 1930. He was a Roman Catholic American priest who began charity program for the poor orphans in Korea, Mexico, and Philippines. Like if you put his name, Aloysius Schwartz, and even in Google, there's a lot. It was very emotional. His journey and his passing. He got ALS towards the end of his life, and he raised millions of dollars for the 3 countries that served the destitute of children. And I didn't know he existed. Not like like the beginning of the year I was like, whoa. Now everyone knows that I'm really all about sainthood. I teach death meditation, which is not a lot of people teach, and I focus on some of these teachings that not a lot of people get near, just because it's a little far off. It's a little far off reach. It's sainthood. You hear that and you're like, yeah, I'll never be a saint, and it's just like, where's my scotch again? So as I was coming to awareness with Venerable Aloysius Schwartz, the term venerable in the Catholic world is it's really hard to get. Whereas in the Buddhism world, venerable is the honorific title that you get as a novice monk or as a full-time monk. A part-time monk or a full-time monk, you are a venerable, period. But in the Catholic world, you have to really climb the ladder. And he was made venerable by heroic virtue. And in the story, as I was trying to look for his picture, you guys saw a group of men discussing about his biography, and they actually wrote a book about him. And at one point during his priesthood of doing this charity work, his own bishop tried to have him killed. Yeah. And there was something about, I think, the mafia and stuff like that. Seriously. So yeah, when you become a holy man like the Dalai Lama, and you're prolific and high profile, when the Dalai Lama is walking around, there's soldiers around him, literally with AK-47s, visible AK-47s, and his immediate bodyguards. You can see the gun belt, a whole gun belt of equipment. When they move around, you can see it popping in and out of their shirts to protect the Dalai Lama. Well, Venerable Aloysius Schwartz was not like of His Holiness, was not a cardinal, was not a bishop. He was just a simple priest that he grew up poor. I mean, just dirt poor, of supreme destitute. And he made it his life's mission, all giving, to do as much as he can for some. I mean, just if you've ever been to the Philippines, oh my God, they lay on the streets all day. In the capitals, lay on the streets all day, every day. We know the Philippines is riddled at this point in time with drugs. Now, where the countries are poorest, you get a lot of drugs, prostitution, sex crimes, human trafficking, adolescent sex slavery. I mean, just horrific situations. Because by and through his work, so many children had an opportunity to learn about Christ. And God, I really tear up when you look at the Buddhist nuns that carried his casket. Let me see.
By all who knew his love. On Sunday, March 22nd, as this home video shows, thousands of fathers' children lined the streets of the Sisters of Mary Girls Town.
Look at all the students lined up.
Where his final days here on earth were spent. It was their last opportunity to say goodbye to the man who had forever changed their lives. Father Al, with your help, gave them food and clothing, a secure home and family life, excellent schooling and medical care, along with a strong sense of devotion to God. Third-year student of Father Al spoke tenderly of his perseverance and love.
Look at the amount. I mean, just they all lined up.
When he was seriously ill, everybody was telling him that he should be on his bed to relieve his pain. Yet, he used those precious hours on his wheelchair, visiting his boys' towns and girls' towns, celebrating masses and hearing confessions of his penitent children. 5 days before his death, he still managed to sit in the chapel for an hour to
and care for the thousands of children he left behind, along with the brothers of Christ who follow in his footsteps.
Watch one of the nuns that's carrying his casket.
And how, when in great pain, he never burdened those around him. Until the very end, Father Al tirelessly supervised the operation of cook.
He gave one of the chair, and I want you guys to hear his voice. I think this is it right here. This may be it right here. Oh no, this is live. Everyone is now making videos of him, just because Cardinal Donald World brought to light, who he was. Here's Donald Cardinal World talking about him for 16 minutes. And there was one video where, oh, here he is. This is like, I think a year later he died or something like that.
It's far greater than my wildest expectations. The emotional and spiritual response was equally gratifying. I have received literally thousands of letters, and every day more are coming in. For me, this was a revelation, a personal discovery. I knew I had many generous benefactors.
Okay, as he's giving this last talk, he was in a lot of pain, ALS, and he's thanking everyone that's supporting him. And his last thing was, please continue to give and carry on my mission as I'm going to pass. And so when I was gathering evidence for this talk, and I just, there was tears coming down, just as me in my own programs with the students that are suicidal, homicidal, and the students that have passed away, that have died, under my supervision and my care and guidance. I've watched all of this unfold. Like I've said, like I'm the first monk in the world. My supervision and my care and guidance, I've watched all of this unfold. Like I've said, like I'm the first monk in the world that is doing one-on-one sessions, doing the programs that I'm doing. It's not Monks usually just come to the temple, teach, and then they retreat back to their quarters. They don't get close with people to, to do the things that I'm doing with the people. So, I felt everything that he was doing, but his scale was like this compared to the scale that that I'm doing. And I'm still continuing to learn as a young monk on how to, just some of these transferences, that the transference of sometimes I do take on their pain. Sometimes I do understand their life and try to figure out the best way to help them through life is to really put myself in their shoes. And that takes a lot of psychological tolls on me, a lot of physical tolls on me that no one knows. And I just can't imagine Venerable Al just spearheading this, just watching 3 countries of the thousands and thousands of kids unfold the way that it is. Now, apparently, Venerable Al had a hero, superhero growing up. And the superhero, again, was not confined in a box. The superhero went forth and did what he needed to do to affect his purpose for the sake of humanity. And Father Al really operated on that platform. He really operated on that software and did not care. Even his own bishop overseeing him tried to kill him. He says, I'm going to do this. And he created jobs in I think it was like a sewing factory or something. He put his mind to where he could generate millions of dollars uniformly to affect his purpose to build hospital. Did you see the buildings that the casket was going through? He built those buildings. It is equivalent to going downtown Tampa with all the big buildings. That's what this man did back in the 80s. The 80s. So I wanted to bring this to awareness because a lot of people are very opinionated about the Christianity world, particularly the Catholic world. And there's a lot of things that is right with the Catholic world. Mind you, they waited this long to bring his name up to surface to make sure that he was not a bad father, that he was not doing the things that we've seen priests do, right? The morals and ethics of a priest. The canonization process to be a saint is not like Buddhism's selection or the declaration of saints. It's a very tedious process in the Catholic world. I have high respect for their process. Everything that the Catholic do, I have very high respect for that because it has to go through a process, and it cannot be. When somebody falls through the crack, it's a very, 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 very slim chance falling through the cracks. And the issue with priests and sects, well, they're humans, right? They're humans. The Romans did it, right? Historically. And this is why some Catholic priests say, by practicing Buddhism, it makes us become a better Catholic priest. So there's a lot of improvements to be made. But mind you, the Catholic world is a world that is on a showcase, like on this table right here. Everyone can watch and see it unfolding. Have anyone ever sit there and wondered, how about the faiths and religions that are not uniform? What are the wrongdoings behind those doors that we don't know because no one shines the light on that? But so from time to time, you look at the news, you get glimpses of it, of certain temples or synagogues or whatever. Yeah, whatever. You get what I'm saying? The Catholic world has so many. To a deacon and then a priest, the ordination, they have like so many ordinations, not like us. We novice ordination and bhikkhu ordination done, right? The Catholic world, the deacon ordination, the priesthood ordination, and then you become a bishop, another ordination, and then the cardinals. What? That's so many processes. But it is necessary eyeballs. The process meaning the many eyeballs to make sure that you are fit for the job. Psychological fitness, moral fitness, ethical fitness, all of the fitness necessary to be that. And I wanted to merge people together, interfaith, to continue believing in Christ and continue to practice what Christ has left for you. The same thing with Buddha has left for all of us. The secular world is a very dangerous world right now. And that's something that we holy men don't want to see. And when I say we holy men, that means me, cardinals, bishops, Cardinal Dolan, all of the archbishops, all of the bishops, auxiliary bishops, cardinals, fathers, monsignors, venerables in the world. All of us need to come together and support one another's faiths and beliefs and look at the commonalities of what is working and how it is working for each and every single one of us versus the difference. Oh, I don't like Buddhism because you don't believe in God. We don't understand why Venerable Chidao is wearing red on Christmas and he's talking about this, right? We need to look at what's working and how we can be closer to God and be closer to Buddha and be closer to Allah, Vishnu, Shiva, all of them all. One of the wise fears in all of the religion is, well, what happens if you die? What happens if you die? Somebody wrote to me on Instagram. It was a rare one. These are two of the rarest comments I have received in my lifetime. One of them from 2 years ago was like, "Oh my God, we must protect you at all and any given cost." Someone told me that, and I realized what kind of vision they had, the amount of reflection that they did before they wrote that. They told me that someone should protect me at all and any given cost. I said, okay. I don't have Secret Service protection. I don't need one either. I don't have any enemies. The second thing somebody said a week ago was, you are doing God's work. It says, bless you, you're doing God's work. And yeah, so I am a controversial monk with all of my programs and things that I do. I don't exempt praise or blame as a celebrity monk. I don't really care if I bend certain rules in order to save lives. I don't care if I need to raise money to save lives. I don't, if people think it's a fraud, please call the FBI, the local Tampa field office here. I'll be in handcuffs very shortly. My thing now is, now I'm meeting, 19-year-olds, Buddhist influencers, like Gotami Yadanar, who's 54,000 on Facebook. Getting followers on Facebook is like extracting water out of a rock. And now she's looking up to me. A lot of people are looking up to me to now give my instructions. And my instructions to you all and to the rest of the world is that do what you do. Just don't do harm to yourself and to other people, and to inspire many. And live your life as if God is always watching you. Live your life as Buddha is always watching you. Jesus is always watching you. And we have these stickers, right? What would Jesus do? What would Jesus want you to do in these holidays? How would he want you to forgive and ask for forgiveness? And Cardinal World says, yeah, we just get tired of asking for forgiveness, don't we? We get tired, don't we? Do we get tired of praying? Never tired of praying. Everything that the Catholic world do, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done. That's a form of prayer. They're having a conversation with God. When we sit and meditate in Buddhism, when we reflect on Buddha Nusati, reflecting on the 9 qualities of the Buddha, we're having a conversation with him. Well, that means we're trying to cultivate generosity, goodwill, and enlightenment, and understanding the world, and having compassion, karuna, all of the key cardinals' teachings to be just like the Buddha. Everyone should be inspired to be a saint in the Catholic world. Everyone should be inspired to be a saint in the Buddhist world. If you have that standard, then who cares who gets you? Who cares if they fight over you? I wonder who's going to get me. Because I was born and raised Catholic, I was baptized. I'm doing God's work. Anyone has objections to that, you can object now, forever hold your peace. You know, when you look at the empirical evidence of what I have done, it's no different than Mother Teresa. It's no different than Venerable Aloysius Schwartz. And it's not. I'm not tooting my own horn, but it is in an effort to inspire. You guys don't see me driving a Rolls Royce. Anyone can put a private investigator on me and find out very quickly where I'm at, what I'm doing, and what I'm doing on my time off. The truth comes out very quickly. It's America. Anyone can hire a PI. And because I have this wise fear that one day when I die, and even before the death part is how will I die? That provokes a lot of wise fear. How will you die? That's what's so, like, how am I going to go out with the amount of health? I mean, just behind us is a bunch of health books back there. You see how thick they are. Endocrinology, pulmonology, cardiology. How are we going to ride it out? That's scary. And it just sits with me. I am not sure how other people live their life, whether they have the same exact wise fear as how they're going to die. But I've watched a lot of people die, and it's rough. And it depends on your karma. It depends on your karma. And again, it comes back to that same teaching is I don't really know how fresh your water is. I don't know how fresh your pond is. And bad karma is you shoveling salt into the pond. And I don't know, when you came, everyone has a pond. And I don't know how tainted your pond really is. And I am not the scientist to do the pH balance thing to find out how much salinity is in your water. No one knows. Only the Buddha knows. Only Jesus knows. The Buddha have already told us that's one thing you're not going to be able to fully grasp is the actual working and mechanics of karma. So therefore, we have to live and try to give more and take less every moment of the day has to be thinking about. And I'm eating, I'm using all this energy for what? And for who? And where does it matter most? And Venerable Aloysius Schwartz, until his last breath was still giving. That is what's so emotional, so heroic, so courageous, all giving, so selfless. I would have a picture of him on my wall. That would be very weird because then you see Buddhist monks on the wall, and then all of a sudden there's a Catholic priest with the white collar, and they're like, "What side are you on, Venerable? Cheat out? We don't get it." What side are you? And sometimes people do say that. What side are you actually really on? I listen to Christian music in my car. Y'all know that? It's very uplifting. Did you guys know that? You didn't know that? I do. Because there are days where I pray to God. On some of the kids that I counsel with. Like I told you, I've had kids that sit right in front of me and ask me how could they get a gun? They're asking me that. How could I get a gun? Because of things that's going on in their life. And again, the one student that one night where I'm like, hold up. Let me put live first. Let me record this. And after you get out of prison, you can hear yourself again. Because right now, I don't think you're hearing yourself. The student said, I have a gun in the ski mask and I'm going to go rob tonight and I'm going to get away with it. It's quick money. Everyone's getting away with it. I want to get away with it too. And of course, the morning after is when I sit in my car and pray to God that they don't do it. And in my times of sadness, I do listen to Christian music because it's so awesome. You ever listen to, it's so uplifting. We don't have that in the Buddhist world. I obviously wasn't going to sit there and meditate on impermanence. In the days of I wonder what my biography is going to be like. Who's going to write it and how they're going to write it. But I mean, just, 8 billion people, one man, one Mother Teresa, one Venerable Aloysius Schwartz. He deserves to be a saint. So now all the priests are asking, please pray to him, for him, with him, And hopefully the intercessions, the science of the intercessions. And when they have enough of it and they can prove it, he becomes a saint. But I mean, he's a saint already in my eyes. Who cares about canonization, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you know what I mean? And just before I leave this planet, just before I leave this earth, I'm young. I'm probably going to drag on till 90. But who knows if my candle is brief or not. But these words are necessary to be expounded. These words are necessary to go out. That try to cultivate yourself a heart like Aloysius Schwartz, Mother Teresa, all of the priests, all of the monks that have come before us. And when you ever hear the ordination process, we don't have a lot of time when we gather, or else I would make you literally. I would put on the ordination homilies of the Catholic priests, because in Buddhism they just chant. No one really understands what's happening, and you just hear a bunch of Pali chants. But again, made visible, the Holy Spirit made visible the intentions, what is happening, why it is happening, why are we gathered here in church today to ordain these holy men, the laying hands on the head, the anointing of the hands when the priest lies down. He's lying down his life. He's giving up his life for service for God's people. And when you hear these homilies, they just touch your heart. They propel these priests for, go forth and conquer. Like warriors. Just literally just warriors. Christ the priest, Christ the shepherd, and Christ the priest. And the priesthood falls under that. Mind you, had I not become a monk and I stuck more into my original faith, Catholic, I would have been a priest. I just would have. I would have been one of the best priests the world has ever seen. And you just imagine the teachings that I have now carried into the Christianity world. But again, I just want everyone to just reflect and made aware. And when you have time, really find inspiration by going through the YouTube and watching Venerable Aloysius Schwartz. Every day we get lazy. Every day we just fall off the wagon once in a while, and we feel like our life is meaningless and it is not purposeful. And we're just like, what am I doing here? And why am I here? It's not like that for people who you suffer less when you think about other people versus yourself. And just the indestructible joy that is cultivated. And what Christ and Buddha taught was that indestructible joy by and through selfless act of kindness. And I don't think people really understand that, coming from where he's coming from, where I'm coming from. So just 2 days ago, I'm not sure whoever's been following me or has been listening. I just don't know whoever's been listening. But I had just a little bit of money in my account, just a little bit. And I knew that. And it's reserved for medical care, gasoline, medical care, just basic necessities. And one of the students says, it was recorded live. And I was like, what's happening? What's going on? One of the returning old student. The student says, I found love in music. And I really like music. And I told my parents that, and they totally not support they totally shunned me down. I'm really depressed right now. It's an 18-year-old student that keeps the precept, does not cheat, lie, kill, steal, intoxicating substance. Kid's already enrolled in National Aviation Academy. He's going to become a mechanic of fixing planes and already got things lined up. The kid just wants the blessing from the parents about, potentially this hobby could turn into something I really like and could make money doing. Music. So the kid says, I need this keyboard I want a keyboard. this music, it's like a DJ thing. It looked like this, like a bunch of knobs right here that you see on this thing. And the parents shunned the kid down, due cultural expectations. Not white, they're Latinos. And so just imagine that 18 years old, you tell your parent about your new passion or hobby, and they just like, no, you don't do that. You're not going to be of anything. You're not going to be the next musician. You're not going to, you know what I mean? And then I looked at this student, and it's a student that I have prior information on, and I know how they've been behaving, where they're at in life, where they're going. I just have enough information. And I said, what's that keyboard thing called again? And he spelled it out. It was something. I gotta pull it up. But it was like, so I looked it up, and it was like $180. And there's one that was like an open box thing. I gotta log in. Darn it. Anyway, so this open box. No, not open box. It's like the box is damaged, but it's in original. If you know how to shop Amazon, you like clearly you choose these things. It's cheaper. So it's like $150. I pay $150. I told him, I said, you know what? I believe in you. I believe, don't doubt, you're gonna make music, great music, and I have no doubt that if you're doing this as a hobby and you're not shooting and killing people and thinking about robbing people, I'm gonna buy it for you. And I said, watch this. Boop. And I hit one button and I bought it for the kid. That's just coming in January 2nd.
Awesome. I can relate to that.
Did I care? Like I have a couple like $100-something left in my bank account. I really don't. I really didn't. It was so much joy in my heart at that moment, just to know that another human, you know what I mean? Another human is having something to look forward to. Something we all reflect on Christmas that, oh my God, what's in that box? What's in the box? Something to look forward to. You know what I mean? Just like the Christmas morning of that. And this kid now has that Christmas morning pending. And New Year is gonna, whatever. Kid's gonna open this box and realize that it came from Buddhism.
Did you just get something?
Oh no, it took a very long time for my family to accept that I wanted to play music, that I found a joy in loving playing music. And my mother was very unsupportive of me. And then I had to save up my own money and get my own guitar. I was not supported in any way, shape, or form for a long time. I basically had to prove that I was worth it to get anything. So that's very, it's an emotional story that you're sharing.
It was emotional for me. I wanted to throw a lightning bolt at these parents. If I had that power, I'd be like, dear God, Jesus, where are you? Jesus, I need that power right now to throw a lightning bolt at them. How do you have this patience up there on the cross? Because right now I can't follow your teachings right now. There's sometimes I get this pressure in my heart hearing these stories, and I just shake my head, and I just said, Jidao, get it together, don't compassion, bind through understanding.
You do realize there's a real important lesson for that child to learn, that maybe he can't have that from his parents, but that there is goodness out there for him. So it's a lesson to be learned. It's not always coming from your parents. There shouldn't be a connection to thinking you should get it from a certain being. The world is a big world, and it was very important for you to own maybe that for yourself. If it had come from your parents, it may not have had the same potency.
It would have been nice to have been supported, though, as a young teenager of 13 years old that wanted to endeavor in something that really very little things ever made me happy. I've let it go. Just saying, I can reflect on that feeling at that point, and I understand that. Yeah, it means a lot to me that I did that. I think it would have ultimately probably had meant more to me at that time had I been supported by my mother as a 13-year-old. But that's what it is. Can't be what it ain't.
But what it shows, I mean, clearly there's value in both sides of the story. Meaning, had I not gotten the kid the keyboard, he already has a job, so he would have saved up for it. It would have taught autonomy, independence, and his own freedom, right? And it just reinforced what the Buddha said: no one can save you, no one can, and no one may. You must save yourself, right? And so in Buddhism, the difference between us is that we emphasize human effort, autonomy, independence. You want it, you go out and you get it. Period. No matter what you want. You want enlightenment? Well, guess what? You're here. You want enlightenment? You get up 41 degrees on a Sunday and you come and see Jidao, who you have deemed qualified and authentic and experienced to lead you towards the path of enlightenment. Right? And if you like suffering, stay home, eat, poop, sleep, have sex. Right? I mean, that's what humans do: eat, poop, sleep, and have sex. I mean, what and that to keep it straight. You know what I mean? Now, some of these Catholic priests, they can't really say that. It's because they have the Holy See is watching, and the Pope cautions them: look, keep it cordial, will you? Don't be like Jidao, okay? That's why he's not a priest.
There's another one of your quotes I can't get out of my head. Cute face, small waist, big behind.
Oh yeah, it's catchy, isn't it? It's catchy because some of the young kids that sit next to me, that's all they do. It's amazing. They sit right next to me as I'm giving teaching and they're looking at girls' boobs. And so I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with what's been happening about the sextortions. They send naked pictures to each other, and then they're like, "Yeah, if you don't send me money, I'm going to take these naked pictures and send it around the world." And then kids are committing suicide over it. And now I have the antidote to that, which I need to reserve for another day. But obviously, it's like I just want to wake some of these guys up, and I'm like, "Do you realize that we all have a penis, right? There's nothing special about it, and we all have boobs, right? Nothing special about that. And just play with them. Tell them you have an OnlyFans also." An OnlyFans is a subscription where they do that kind of stuff. But just to play with the scammers or the hacker or whatever. Just to can you imagine they're trying to get money and then someone texts them back and be like, "Oh, I have an OnlyFans also. I've been a porn star for a long time. Thank you for promoting me and my body parts. I'll just get more followers." They would have a stroke. Okay. So where were we? Okay, so and at the moment, in Buddhism, like I said, if you aspire to be an arahant, you have to let things go: greed, anger, and delusion. Greed is the desire part of it. I mean, money is the hardest thing to let go because we work so hard for it. And then I sat there. I really sat there the whole night, and I'm like, did I just spend $150 on a student where I could have taught something and just saved my money? And I started debating in my head, and then I think every day, every moment of the day is always thinking about teaching, and then I'm like, karmic currency. So we think money's real. We think that the dollar bill is real, but how is it real? It's a piece of paper that can have no value overnight. In my country, in Vietnam, $100 bill fluctuates. I mean, literally, people invest in $100. It fluctuates. It's 2,300,000 so far in Vietnam. That could, you only need like 400 to survive a month in Vietnam. But there's some people, mind you, if you invested in the $100 bill and you saw the way how it fluctuates on certain weeks, you would have a heart attack. But the concept of money and Bitcoin, look at Bitcoins. The owner lost 40 billion overnight.
Look at FTX.
Or whatever, FTX or something like that, 40 billion overnight. Well, what is karmic currency? Karmic currency is the good deeds that you have done, that you now own the memory of that good deed, of what you did, thought about, and said to that person. Has nothing to do with material, has nothing to do with money. It has everything to do with the intent, your intention. I want you to be happy. I want you to be happy. This is why I made tea for you. I want you to enjoy this warm tea on a 41 degrees day. When Miss Brenda brought me this wonderful tea here, that's what it meant to me. It's like, Venerable Chida, we respect you, we love you, we want you to enjoy this. This is coming from my hands that I went over there and hand selected Tezo brand. I put a lot of joy into this and making this for you. You know what I mean? That's what it means for one another. Has he making breakfast for you? He sure has.
He cooks all the time.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, when love and service come together, it creates joy. So it gave me joy.
And y'all last this long because of the little things that y'all do for each other and what it means when he makes that breakfast to you.
But it's, I'm not ashamed of this. I'm a joy junkie.
Yeah.
Okay, and I used to be a crackhead, and to be a joy junkie, I understand my drug is more. So the more love and service come together, I don't think about what I'm doing. I just know that she's going to enjoy it, and that when I do it, I'm not praying for joy today. I'm not praying for joy.
Right.
So what the result of those actions, I'm walking around, they say you're always smiling. I can't help it because what you're saying I'm doing. You're doing that for him. And I'm not sure the concept. It doesn't matter. I don't need to analyze everything. Believe it. It's not what you give them or what you do for them. Is that part that how you made them feel.
Right.
And so it encompassed how you made that young man feel that he was worth it. Okay, and that somebody believed in him.
Right.
And what's our motive?
And yeah.
Right.
I say karmic what?
Currency.
Currency, but I don't think of karmic currency.
Right.
But that's what it is.
Right.
With you 100%.
So yes, I use it as a concept so people
Yeah.
understand what it is the Venerable is talking about.
Yes.
But I also don't sit there every day. It's like, I'm negative 43 karmic currency, karmic dollars. I need to go out and buy French fries for people, so I make up the other 43 that I'm in deficit. I don't.
Yeah.
That's too much. That's too much going on in there. It's very mentally taxing. By the way, giving, the true meaning of giving is giving and not expecting anything in return. Anything in return. So now the indestructible joy and true happiness lies in the consistent day-to-day giving and not once in a while giving. What we do every single day, the little small things that we do every single day, constitutes well-being. The actual cellular level well-being. Versus, just look at the stress that you all went through in your younger days when there was accumulated despair, the pressure to succeed, blowing things out of proportion, jumping to conclusions without evidence. And it was despair every single day because you're operating on this software of, I gotta do this, I got bills to pay, I gotta pick up mom, I gotta fix my car, the complaints, right? The complaints about the I. Notice every time when we use the word me, my, and I, we see instant suffering versus what can I do to be of service to people around me? What can I do to be selfless right now? Now, it's a foreign concept for those who have been all about them, self-involvement. But once you make it into a habit and it becomes a day-to-day thing, which is what I have exemplified as a human, notwithstanding how much this shouldn't mean anything. It's just as a human. Yes.
Would that be like the concept of the non-self?
Yes. The concept of everything that the Buddha taught was to alleviate you from your own suffering, the self-created suffering to yourself, So yeah, it just brings a lot of awareness and to all of us, but it is the day-to-day, moment-to-moment conscious actions that amounts to that huge indestructible joy. No one can take that away from you. No one. Not God, not Buddha, no one. It's your actions your karma. You are the owner of your karma. That's a lot of control we have. We are our own God for this Christmas. And not everyone realize that you are your own God. You are the owner of your own karma. And of course, likewise, the total opposite, right? If we stole from someone, I had a student. Oh, we're not gonna mention who, but we had a student who was in the basketball courts, in public basketball courts, and decided to take this basketball home. Took it home to the parent, and the parent says, "Where'd you get this basketball?" "Well, I found it." This is the finders keepers thing. But no, it doesn't. It doesn't. It violates the precept in Buddhism because it was not freely given to you. Under stealing in Buddhism, if it is not freely given to you, it's not yours, and it's not yours to take. That's why in a temple you can put your phone and diamond dazzling ring anywhere, and no one, a true Buddhist practitioner, would not even look at it, get near it, don't wink at it, don't touch it, don't put a loop in it, don't. Just because they can feel the karma of the item alone. The possession of the item alone that just sits there has, karmic energy. That's how much they respect people's belongings. Because they know if they took it, notwithstanding being caught. Say they take it and not being caught. That memory that you knew God would never want you to do that. Thou shalt not steal. Right? And the Buddha have already gave his, and the monk have already told you this over and over again. And you took it, and someone, blood, sweat, and tears put into that, or it meant something. It was someone's grandmother's ring. Or you done carried now a whole generational trauma of karmic, truckload that's coming. So, for this Christmas, I know that all of you are wonderful human beings, and all of you give more and take less. That's why you're here. You're giving your energy, time, and effort to be here. That's a gift by itself. You're already generating good karma from a Buddhist standpoint, just being here. The willingness to listen to the good news. And what does Christ said? The good news. He brings the good news to the people. I always get a kick when you go to church and the priest goes, "Lift up to the Lord." Lift up to the Lord. And, when we walk into church, and for all of our sins, we're all sinners, are we not? And our head's usually down when we go to when we look at Christ. And most people kind of look down, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people was not faithful to their wife and was stealing and was doing all sorts of things that only they know, and that's why they're in there. But when the priest says, lift up to the Lord, lift up to the Holy Spirits, you automatically do it. One of the why people should go to church was that the most enlightened times of my life as a young man was church, was mass. It was beautiful, is it not? When the priest wears his chasuble, the green chasuble, the white chasuble, the red chasuble, the formations when they come into the church and they walk. And when the priest opens his hands up in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, and the whole crowd like, amen, like the collective energy of amen. You're going to be awakened. The definition of enlightenment is right there in the moment where you're not thinking about the past or the future. And I tell you, as a young man, we all looked up to our Father in those moments. And this is to get people to go back to church. I want people to experience. If you've never been to a Catholic church, to any church, non-denomination or whatever, just the way how, particularly Catholic Mass, it requires your attention when the priest is coming up from the aisle. Just everyone is you have to assimilate just like everyone, just because it's so structured. But nothing matters in those moments at church. Your sins, your neighbors, your troubles, nothing matters. You just couldn't wait to hear the good news. You just couldn't wait to hear the gospel. And when the priest gets up there and now he's explaining what the gospel means and how we can apply it to our lives, it is like gold and diamond. Is why you guys are here. But more people need to go to church so that they learn how to live and rejoice in the good news. What I'm teaching is the same as Christ. Buddhism and Christ teaching, very alike. It's alike in the most basic sense anyone can grasp, but yet so difficult to do. Furthermore, in Catholic Mass, they are like, all right, well, there's a point where they're like, say, let us show a sign of peace, right? And this is before the blood and body of Christ. There was let us show a sign of peace, and everyone kind of relaxes, and you turn to your neighbors and you shake their hand, and you're like, Christ be with you, or peace be with you, and it was a connectedness of community, something that we don't see anymore. People are now all about me. I don't want any neighbors. I don't want any troubles. I don't know who you are. And it's a very alienation, and loneliness is killing people, just naturally killing a lot of people. I think 50,000 alone in Japan or Korea. There's loneliness alone. So church, monasteries and churches create a sense of community and belongingness necessary for our well-being. It's just everything about it is beautiful. Everything, when I look at everything that they do right, is so beautiful. Leadership, community, generosity, giving, and the programs that the Catholic world has for the poor. The Catholic relief services, of which I directly benefited from it. Did you all know that I am here today because of one letter from the Catholic relief services that went to my father? And because of that letter, we were granted immigration status from the Catholic relief services. It's no wonder why I am so into the Catholic world, the indebtedness of it. And it came from somewhere. It just so happened it came from the Catholic world. I mean, had it came from the Hindu world, I would have been, indebted to the Hindu world or the Buddhist world. But for all the money that they have given to the church, they're like, well, where does the money? It went to where it needed to go, and I'm here now serving the people. There's no wonder why I was so grateful to come to America, to have this opportunity as an immigrant. And I realized that not a lot of kids in America, in Vietnam, have this great opportunity to learn English, to enjoy French fries and Tazo teas, right? Strawberry out of all the flavors. Didn't I give a talk on preference and how it causes suffering? I now prefer strawberry. But I realized how joyful I was. And I remember leaving my country at age 6 years old and remembering the poor, just how poor the country was. And, just the life there in Yajiang City. And I was like, oh, we're coming to America? As a 7-year-old? Was like going to Disney World, but permanently. A year pass? Yeah, how about a lifelong pass? So, what am I going to do when I get here? Yeah, I got my 20 years out of it. I went to college here and went to public school, and I absolutely adored all of my teachers and the school bus. I was so grateful for the school bus alone to come pick us up. And I was like, oh my God, look at this school bus. It's yellow, it's huge, it's big. I got friends on here, it's loud, and it's free. And then later in my life, I realized we invest so much in our children, but why do we not invest in their mental well-being? Because we put all this time, energy, and effort into them, but they still commit suicide. And that's when I realized that I wanted to give back even more, and I had to study psychology, and I had to somehow scale and inspire people in the world. But let the record reflect that every day I wake up grateful for my citizenship here, for the Catholic world, for Christ, for everyone in the community of Christ, God's people, people in Buddhism, you guys, you know, just everyone in our world. I feel a deep sense of connectedness to all. A deep sense. I'm never lonely, actually. Earlier in this talk, I told you all that some of you guys might think that amongst life is lonely, or it could perceive that way. He's alone, but I'm not. I'm always connected to all of you. You know, when I sit there and I'm thinking about things, I always know that these two are always at their CBT book reading. They have excelled so fast that they have set the pace for Stephen. They've already started to inspire people they haven't met and haven't even known by through human effort.
You know, that's being brought to my attention now more so in my daily life, like at work and amongst the people that I don't see often. Like we had dinner with your family last night, and I almost cried because I gave something about I find a certain joy in like fossils. It's just a strange thing that I enjoy. So I got her stepfather a mammoth fossil, and there was just some sort of connection that I felt with him that I didn't feel before. And speaking of letting go, I specifically had my eye on this particular mammoth tusk for months. For months, I wanted it. I wanted it. I'm gonna get that one day. I'm gonna buy that. It's gonna sit there. I'm gonna stare at it in my home, and I'm gonna love it. So I bought it and I gave it to him.
Wow.
And that felt genuinely like one of the most rewarding experiences that I've felt this whole week, ever since last Sunday, meeting with my family. We talked about the family thing last week. Meeting with them, I brought a sense of joy to myself and peace I felt. And my mother said something about that. She's like, "You're a lot more great to be around." And I felt that at work. People, you know, I went to express my gratitude to those I work with, my bosses at work, the people who really kind of guided me along my journey there. I've been there for over 4 years. So I just got goofy Christmas cards that had nothing to do with Christmas. Like my one boss, I got him a bat mitzvah card just because it has nothing to do with Christmas, and he genuinely appreciated that, and he was like, "I love it." So having that personal touch to getting something that, you know, someone can appreciate, like in that way, it has nothing to do with Christmas. It's a 13th birthday rite of passage for, you know, you know.
I love it.
So he's not Jewish either, just to clarify. So it was even funnier for him. And then I come up and they
And
shake
he
my
never
hand.
got one before, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, he
It's
literally.
unique.
It was funny because I gave him the card as he was walking past my desk, and I sit over by his office, and goes into his office. A few minutes goes by, and I kid you not, I hear this man just belt out laughing like, and then right after that, he comes back around and he like shakes my hand and, you know, just expresses his thanks to that. You know, I did that to a couple people that have really had an impact there at work in my life, and this journey that we've been on, that been so kindly able to lay the path to for me to walk down, has really brought a level of peace and tranquility to my life in a way that I honestly had no idea was available, though I've been exposed to this over the course of 2 decades. You know? But you talk about having an impact on others' lives. I never thought I was going to have an impact on other people's lives, at least not in a positive way. And I'm starting to see this being brought to my attention now that I would not have experienced. I'm not obviously doing it for that.
Right.
But now it's people are letting me know.
Mm.
And I'm like, wow, how cool is that? It's so cool. You know, it feels nice to know that you're not hurting, you're loving people. everyone. It's a good feeling. It's like,
And you all see what Buddhism do to people.
Yeah.
You know, in a world of individualism, in a world of self-centeredness, in a world that's all about me, you see products of our society come forth, receives the teaching and how it unfolds in details in their life and how they become happier and healthier. You know, lately, for some odd reason, I've started listening to TED Talks on stress and neuroscience and healing and stuff that Miss Brenda very well aware of about how the mind heals itself and natural healing processes. So, I mean, it's kind of funny that the expert in stress is now listening to TED Talks of stress of 10 years ago. What we're doing here is anti-age medicine. What we're doing here is self-healing. And what does that mean, self-healing? Because that sounds cliche and that sounds like, you know, stuff you get out of the glamour magazines. When we're doing everything that the Buddha has taught us, particularly meditation, the conscious effort choice of focusing your breath in the present moment, you know, all the details of meditation, you're helping yourself heal on a cellular level, less digestive problems, cardiovascular issues, hypertension, diabetes. You're reversing all of that. So not only when you give in life the way that you have been giving and behaving and meditating, you're undoing all sorts of things in your body too, for one of the most strongest immune system the world has ever seen. You know, my teacher, Venerable Kim, His Holiness, Venerable Kim Chiu, when I was ordained in 2015, when he walked, I was like, oh my God, his candle is brief. Like there was monks behind him grabbing his robes just in case he fell. And I was like, oh, this is not good. His Holiness needs to stay around a little longer. He's like the Dalai Lama in our country, literally. Not to mention, we just seen another most venerable of that typical status bow to him, and I was like, I didn't know he outranked this other guy, and I was like, holy cow! But he sat there while he was, you know, while respect was being paid to him, very alert, very conscious, very aware and awake at like age 100. And the many times that I've gone to see him, he sat at the end of the table, and when he looks at me, it's like the questions that I would ask you in CBT, but he would get insight into my life just looking at just through my eyes. He's got all the information he needs. That's how powerful this man is. And I always wondered, I was expecting him to decline because of old age. Just, you know what I mean? I mean, when I was ordained, he was there. I'm watching monks hanging on to his robe as he's walking. Slow. I mean, slow. I've never took it. Talk about walking meditation. It was literally like walking meditation from the quarters to the primary. And I was walking with my teacher, and I was like, because you all see how fast I move, right? So yeah, it was foreign to me, and I was like, I don't really have a lot of patience right now. I told my teacher's like, you better not. His Holiness is here. You better not. Don't. But because he practices mindfulness, by the days he's more alert. By the days he's more healthy. He's literally reversing age. His own age is everything about him. He has reversed. There was no monks. There was no cane around him either. And I looked at the picture and I was like, oh snap! He's gonna be 120 and still kicking.
Yeah.
So I think that in the West, people have underestimated the word mindfulness and its true practice and what it actually can do for your mind and body, versus resorting of the Western medicine is the whole. That's another 3-hour talk. Western medicine and the placebo effect and how they sweep underneath the rug the placebo effect. And everything that the Buddha knew this. He knew this. He knew that if you would just sit and focus on your breath, that you will undo all the health problems that you have caused for yourself or problems that have found you. Right?
I swear, every single week you touch on something I read the night before. Every week.
Because I'm the Buddha. Not the Buddha, folks. Don't send me emails. Where's my keyboard? So far, we've reached that 11 o'clock. So far, do you have any questions so far on to Aloysius Schwartz, mindfulness, giving, generosity, inspiring others?
What I thought I heard was there's a number like 1, 2, 3, or 4, but you said when we first met, I tested everything, and you said I asked myself these questions, and like you said, there's 84,000 Buddha things. It doesn't matter if it's right or not. I asked myself that. You said it's never been wrong, so that's how I know. What were the questions that you asked when you test something? I thought you said that there was like 2 things or 4 things.
Yeah, it's okay. It's pretty easy. It is the same thing as the scientific methods questions. What is the hypothesis? How can we test it?
How can we test it?
Then we test it, and then we see the results.
Okay.
It's what doctors do. It's what
Yes.
research do and professors do. It's like, what is this? It's like the hypothesis of emotions. Well, what the hell is it? Okay, how do we describe emotion? Angry, sad, mad, depressed. Oh, well, what makes you sad? How do we know it's coming? And what do we do with it? How do we resolve it? And and then you test it, and then you will see the results of it. Right. And when it comes to the construction of emotions, which is an example I gave, is that it is actually based on guesses. Your emotions arises as a result from guesses based on what you've seen through your faculties. So so watch this, ready? We do an experiment right now. If the venerable is looking like this, now you're starting to guess and you're like, oh, shoot. Oh, holy squirrel, what's happening? Right? So your senses are open and you're seeing my face change or my demeanor change. And now you start to make guesses. Based on those guesses, it now prompts the emotions that you feel. And you're afraid, you're scared, oh my God, he has a lightning bolt, what's happening. So
you test it.
And then you test it, and then so they have replicated over and over again. They would put things in front of people, and they have fear, they have anger, and then they're like, oh great, now we have 5,000 samples, and this is in this moment the closest we have to the truth of the construction of emotion. Journal of American Psychiatry, Psychological APA, whatever journal that's out there, right? You get what I'm saying? It was like a 15-year research about the construction of emotions. It's some of these simple things, like most basic things that we found out about just psychological research, sound so elementary, but it took them like 20 years to render that conclusion, for it to be the truth of that statement. Same thing with meditation. They are like, how does it work, and how can we measure what's happening here? And certain parts light up in the brain, the amygdala, the hippocampus, the cerebellum, prefrontal cortex, things that lights up. And then they would just repeatedly do so many studies over and over again to see, what happened if you just breathe 5 minutes a day, just a day for a year? What kind of changes is that in your life? And then more questions, how do you eat, how do you sleep, how do you have sex? A lot of questions, actually. I mean, from quality of life all the way to erections. And then there is something called mindfulness sex. So that's how effective mindfulness is. It improves the quality of people's lives from eating, sleeping, and then sex. Sexologists deploy mindfulness when people have anxiety, just the sexual disorders. I mean, that's just one thing I took out of the whole wellness, all being of a human. So the Buddha always wanted you to try out everything that he's saying, all 84,000. Right. He never took this on blind faith. From from the monastic order, do not take on blind faith. Don't even believe me. Don't even believe the Buddha. You are to just take it, go and be your own scientist. And that's what makes our job so easy, because we don't have to convince you or try so hard. I can be Rick. When I'm sitting, sometimes I'm like Rick. To be outside the box, to be me, to be real, to be human, to give human advices, and to enjoy the process, to just enjoy the long with all of you. The journey, enjoy the journey. Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard of this phrase before. I was researching mindfulness is the contemplation of consciousness, and like with or without lust, with or without hate, and so on and so forth. But it was like the shrunken state and the unshrunken state. And I've never heard that terminology or that phrase before.
Which state?
The shrunken state or the unshrunken state.
Where'd you write that? Let me see that.
Yeah, it was right here. Under
you get this on where?
Number 3, access to insight. I don't know if you heard.
Contemplation of consciousness.
Yeah.
Without lust, hate, ignorance. Oh, this is like duality. It's such as duality. Yeah. Half of these things are.
They're in the moment. They mean something.
Listen, you know how I have inspired millions of people? Listen, there are monks out there that get so psychological and analytical. They have like 3,000 followers for like 10 years. I received 17,000 followers on YouTube alone in like 6 months. Just because of the simplicity.
Yes, you took the word out of my brain.
Simplicity. There was somebody the other day that threw a question that all of us, I was upside down on the ceiling, by the way, when I heard this question and spoke to experts on the question. They were like non-locality and non-objectivity of the law of something. And I was like this. And I spoke to my experts and they explained about wavelengths, and you could be here, but you can also be in another place at the same time. I'm like, stop. I was like, I need a drink right now. And probably some weed.
Oh my goodness.
Just listening to them explain, just trying to make grasp of it. And this goes back to my previous things, is that literally you really pull your hair out of your head on some of the teachings of the gospel of God and some of the teachings on Buddhism, when it gets really, really psychological and analytical, and you're just like, I don't know what it is that the Buddha want me to know like right now about this consciousness thing and duality and what? It's very simple being a saint in Buddhism. Number 1, greed, anger, and ignorance of the Four Noble Truths. That has to be mastered. That has to be mastered before we go into consciousness. What is consciousness? Just knowing. Know what? Know what I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because you see, you're stepping into the spiritual path and you don't know where to go and what the word's going to lead you. Why do we have priests? Why is the need for priests? Because he tells you which way to go to be closer to God. How do we enter the kingdom of heaven? Well, first of all, keep the darn 10 commandments. That's the first thing y'all do. To not bear false witness, to forgive and ask for forgiveness. That's the basic things that people just cannot seem to do. That's scamming people every day. And you want to enter the kingdom of what? Not the kingdom of heaven. Okay. So the priest is there to guide you slowly. And when you get to Venerable Aloysius Schwartz, of all giving, that's when you realize that I'm doing God's work. And you don't need people to tell you that. And I didn't obviously need whatever person that told me or remind me I'm doing God's work. I know I'm doing God's work. I can drop dead in the next hour happily and just realize that I'm going to be judged. Yeah, I'll die and I'm going to be judged according to the scriptures, right? Revelations. And like, I'm going to be there. And let's say you guys are the saints in heaven right now in your little cloud. See, you're your butt's on a little cloud. And you look at my life and you examine my life, and I have already challenged the rest of the world to examine my life. And I've already said, and you will see it as saints in the book of judging. And you will see what I've done when I was 16, 15, 14, all of my friends I had, what I gave, what I didn't do. You know what I mean? I got in trouble with the law. You would see all of that. You would see all of that. And then what happened when he became a monk, and then what happened after that, and what did he do with the money? What did he do with the donations? You know, why did he keep on asking for donations? What happened? Who benefited from this? You would ask. You have the right to ask all of that. You know, and you would just know. I don't care what kind of questions is being asked, because I know what I did. Happily, you don't look like this, folks. Scamming people. Right? You don't look like this committing felony fraud. You don't look like this keeping all the fundings to yourself and go out to strip clubs and have a cute face, little waist with a big behind dance in your face. You know, you don't get like this getting drunk, you know what I mean? You just don't. This is not trademarks of someone who does these things, you know what I mean? So again, every time you go to church and every time you come see me on a Sunday or talk to me, I'm bringing you closer to enlightenment, closer to heaven, closer to sainthood, making you the next Aloysius Schwartz, right? And we need more of those these days. Yeah, the world's going, we can sit here and judge the world all day. Every 10, 20 years, when you hear these holy people talk about their era, these guys right here are direct evidence of our chronological timeline in humanity, of how certain presidents don't behave a certain way, gas prices, house prices, insurance. These guys right here have it all. They can tell you how much things went south, things went good when Clinton was president. But we would be wasting our time instead of trying to cultivate that goodness. And no matter what the world is doing, we do different. That's what Buddhists are, and that's what Christians do. What the world does, we don't really mind what they do. What we do is what's most important for our sanity, well-being, happiness, and indestructible joy. Yeah, God, I see them waging war, and I see them, Ukraine and Vladimir Putin, and now they want to nuke each other. But, you know, God, I'm still going to forgive my neighbors. God, I'm still going to ask for forgiveness. God, I'm still going to serve the people. I'm going to still support my church. I'm still going to keep the Holy Sabbath day. That's what you wanted me to do. And I have my eyes set on that, because if you were here, you would tell me the same. If the Venerable was not here in your life, the Venerable would want you to behave and live in a certain way. You know, like I've said, I've lived my life as if a Jan Chao was still here. He's already dead. He died at the same time Aloysius Schwartz died. So, you know, when you go into the studies, you know, don't take it too seriously. That whatever question you have, direct it towards here. And when it's directed towards here, you get similar response, which is back to the basics. And it's like, how can I be nice? How can I be nice to myself and to other people? How do I let go? What attachment do I have? Those got to clear the way before you go into the more analytical stuff that really has nothing to do with anything anyways. This is just to feed the intellect mind. It's not pursuant to happiness. You know, you don't have to know everything. You don't. And that's okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to know anything. You know, like I said, every time when I bow to the Buddha, I don't know Jack.
Yeah.
I know Tom, but I don't know Jack. You know, and even I sit on a panel of Buddhist scholars. I still don't know Jack. So
it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah. And some students, they ask me like, excuse me, Venerable, can you tell us the Noble Eightfold Path in order? And I'll be like, no. Let me see your cheat sheet.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You know,
Yes.
there's only 8 steps. Darn it, you couldn't even remember that. I don't remember it actually. I practice it every day.
Yeah.
All I know is to be good. I know not to be lazy. Just all of the basic. It's like literally elementary level. Like elementary level. Same thing with doctors. Doctors have MDs, and it's like, well, how do I live a long life, doctor? And the doctor's like, eat, sleep, right? Exercise. But it's up to you to go to really look at how you're going to exercise. If you go into the details, like walking long distances is equivalent to running, right? The science of sleep. You look, but the doctor in the moment is going to keep it very simple, short, and concise, so that he can go on to the next person. You know what I mean? But when you look into the details of those recommendations, there are like thousands of articles behind them. And if you're not convinced, he'll sign your death certificate. You sign your own death certificate by not following what he's saying. So, but anyway, the Buddhism is you have trust the teacher and trust the process, that it is easy, it is attainable. And I know that I give a lot of homework assignments, and it is designed for you all to understand certain things, and certain things I will redirect where your mind should be. Yeah.
We came up with a new one. You've heard of KISS?
Yes.
Stands for Keep It Simple Spiritually.
That's
changed my whole thinking, because I do want to keep it simple. So what do I have? Not the keep it simple, stupid, or sweetheart. Keep it simple spiritually. How's that? Just do what you Buddhists suggest.
Right. Yeah. Keep it simple. Very simple.
Spiritually. Yeah.
Right. And then this will set the stage for people down the road that's going to ask me, questions that is really irrelevant. And again, I would answer a question with a question. Now I'm going to answer the question with a question. Is that, have you seen suffering in yourself and others? Have you let go of desire? What is desire? They have to define all of that before I go anywhere else. Talking about the universe, the black hole, the Big Bang Theory. You know what I mean? So have we resolved some of these human things that's pending right now? Like, have we resolved any of this yet? Just forgiveness alone. Have you forgiven yourself? Anyone that holds the microphone and started asking me questions, and I'm like, have you forgiven yourself? Have you been nice to yourself lately? Before we go any further. Simplest way to live. Buddhism is so simple. So it is now a little way past our time, but I think it was very necessary.
Wonderful.
And I think you guys really all enjoyed it. The talk, how comprehensive, and how it is a tribute to Venerable Aloysius Schwartz, a tribute to the Christianity world, a tribute to Buddhism, how we all need to bind together, work together, live in harmony together, right? And our eyes should always be at the kingdom of heaven with all of the great masters, the great gods, all of the great teachers. Isn't that so beautiful? And instead of watching the news about who's getting shot and how kids are playing with automatic Glocks and shooting law enforcement and just everything, keep your eyes on the prize. And the prize is the great kingdom of heaven in both any worlds, the Hindu world, the Buddhism world. You all can see I don't really care where I go, but all I know is I'm going to a nice place. When you give and you forgive and you just nice to yourself and nice to other people, you're going to be in a nice place. You're going to be in a nice state of mind when you die. How you live determines the way how you die. You keep on selling drugs, and guess what? It's not going to end up pretty. Heck, they may even search you for drugs in your coffin. I don't attach onto which heaven I'm going to go to. And I don't attach onto which God is going to take me or not take me. All I know is to be beautiful, and I'm already seeing benefits of being kind, compassionate, and being beautiful alone. That is heaven on earth. That is heaven right now. Right now, I'm in heaven with all of you. I see angels. Because look at all the,
I told you.
angel with beautiful hair.
That's good.
Because you know how many right now are just getting drunk and not here and all about themselves and not learning to be nice, just to being nice. So in this moment, I'm in heaven and I'm enlightened right now in nirvana, and this is our heaven together.
Amen, brother.
Thank you.
So my blessings to all of you as I conclude my blessings on the microphone here. Yatha varivaha pura paripurenti sakharang evameva ito dinang petanang upakapati ichitang patitang tamhang kipameva vasamejatu sape purentu sankapa jandro panjanaso yatha manicho tiraso yatha Sapidiyo viwanjantu saparogo vinasatu mate pawan tarayo suki Dehayuko bawa abhiwandana sile sanijang buddha pajanino chataro Hamma watandi ayuwano sokhang palang bhavatu sapamangalang rakantu sapadevata Sabba buddha nupavena sada soti bhavantu te bhavatu sapamangalang rakantu sapadevata sapadhamma Nupavena sada soti bhavantu te bhavantu sapamangalang rakantu sapadevata sapasangha nupavena sada soti bhavantu te. It's my blessing for all of you worldwide, here, near, and far. From the north side of the world to the south side of the world, to the east side of the world, to the west side of the world, as we celebrate Christmas, the birth of Christ. My blessings to all of you, good health, free from mental pain and suffering, free from physical pain and suffering. May you rejoice in all of the good things that you have done, for all the gifts that you have made, gifts to your family, gifts to friends. Your presence is the most precious present you can give anywhere, anytime in the world. As you spend time with me, time with your family, don't take it for granted. People do not last forever. Every smile we give constitutes joy. When you have nothing to give your smile. Give your comments, your compliments. Dedicate your body, speech, and mind for the benefit of others. For this Christmas, we reflect on the teachings of Christ and the teachings of Buddha together. We see the commonality of being nice. Being nice to people, to our neighbors, to forgive our neighbors, to reflect on Christ's life, the teachings he left us, and how he suffered for us, and how they hung him on the cross as a public criminal. We reflect that we are all sinners. We reflect that we forgive and we never tire of asking for forgiveness. As we forgive ourselves for things that we have done, that we forgive ourselves for things that we know not of what we do and did. At that time, with those people and with the resources available to us. In Buddhism, we emphasize this for the sake of your own well-being and peace of mind. I am grateful particularly today and every other previous Sundays for your presence, which is the greatest present you can give me as the teacher, and the opportunity of the teacher giving back the timeless teachings that is needed to make you all the most beautiful humans the world has ever seen. May you go in peace, and as every priest would say, and Christ would say, by peace I leave you, and by peace I give you. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. supremely content. The best Christmas ever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Actually, this is the best Christmas in my whole monk career. Actually, I'm every other Christmas I've been doing my own projects, and this is the first Christmas where I'm sitting here and engaging with the public, and couldn't ask for a better crowd. And it so happens to be 5, which is the 5 first disciples of the Buddha, historically.
You're welcome.
I'm glad,
I'm
I'm
right
glad
where
I
I'm
find.
supposed to be today with you. I'm glad I could be here for you.
Isn't it beautiful when it's like we're here for you, Venerable, but then the Venerable is like, no,
Yeah.
I'm here for you.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
You notice
I
that?
like it.
yes.
Even in the blessings,
Yes.
the precious presence, the precious present is your presence.
Yes,
It has always been that way. And you know, we would never have the divorces in life had 2 people know how to give. It's like, honey, I'm here for you. No. The whole time I was here for you. You would be fighting about how being there for each other instead of, I couldn't believe you were not there for me. We should be fighting about the other stuff, you know, the good stuff. So, but yes, you know, enjoy your Christmas,
Thank you.
and hopefully I see you guys back next Sunday.
Are you doing it every Sunday into next year?
Yeah, so far, I have my last team to wrap up some things, and you know, we should take a picture too. We should take a group picture. Oh. One phone. Oh, that's the other phone right
And I know the feeling.
there. Oh yeah, your feet will fall asleep very quickly. Mine didn't this time.
Well, that's why I wasn't sure today whether I was gonna go to a chair.
Yeah, I'll be right back. I think you
I'll be
right
right
back.
back. We know.
Yes. Watch the year.
Watch the year, no, I know.
I know.
She knows. No, I mean, I now do it for people, because people get kicked out of here. I'm there. I'm connected, so I, oh, really? Yeah. So this is so good, that's why I love that he was glad they're all together.
Yes.
That's why it's so fun when you, I'm like, oh, that's perfect. I agree, wasn't that?
Yeah.
That was, well, you knew where you were gonna be on Christmas, is that true?
Yeah.
I
So
love the
where-
sharing.
Yeah, where are you guys? Are you venerables now? How does that work?
No, they're lay people.
Real lay people.
Okay,
We're official Buddhist practitioners.
you're official Buddhist practitioners.
If you took the life precepts.
Okay, yeah. Now, do you continue on, do you plan to do something else with that?
Honestly, at some point, I want to be a nun in my Buddha monastery and stay there.
Oh my, yes, how about that?
Yeah.
Wow. So is that a long process?
I'm not sure. I don't, at this moment in my life, I don't want to go yet, but whenever I go,
Yeah.
I think it can happen.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
You'll know when it's ready. Oh, cool. Oh.
I'm gonna set this up so for a group picture. Gauge this.
Orange socks.
Yeah, those are cool. The Grinch. You're not acting like the, oh, these are yours, huh? You're not acting like the Grinch anymore.
I try not to be.
Sounds like you're
They're comical
The Buddha.
socks. I got a long way to go before.
All right, so the group picture could be taken actually back here, right here. Yeah, so I can set it up there. Yeah, I think all of us can line up here according to that.
And you probably come in.
We'll figure. Oh yeah.
And we can be this close to you?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
All right. I'm learning, I'm new here.
Yeah, right.
No, because you guys are my immediate students.
Oh.
So it's okay, but just in public, it was just, you know, just, especially at a monastery, then they know better to, you know. Yeah.
okay.
Okay. All right. Timers of 10 seconds.
Isn't that cool?
Now we put things together. Final piece. That's it.
Oh, thank you.
Take a look here real quick. Make sure. Oh yeah, it's awesome.
How will we get this picture?
Send it to you,
Okay.
like I always do.
Oh, thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah. Aw.
Yeah. Blue stood out too. Look at that.
It's a nice picture. Can I see that closer? I had a problem. I had this towel and it dropped between my legs.
No, that's okay.
Is it?
Oh, no one's, because you're looking for it. No one. No. Okay.
I looked there, it was stuck right there.
No
Rick,
tissue
always
allowed.
Rick.
Yeah.
Always Rick.
That's what I feel like.
Oh, that's, yeah, right between my.
In pictures is always Rick. Remember when we took at the monastery? He was like this, the photo bomb. That's how you know it's Rick.
That's fun.
It's all about cookies, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't
she
wait.
got
To,
it.
oh goodness, look at you.
They look homemade.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, kind of.
Kind of because I got the scoreboard already like made, right? And I don't make it from scratch. I had a bunch, but I always give out all cookies on Christmas Eve. And I wasn't sure until I heard from Brenda that I was coming here, so I said, I'll quickly make something. So, and my little reindeer that I always use as decoration.
That's cute. Thank you.
Yeah, you can take whatever you want. In fact, I meant to bring like little plastic bags, but, so if anybody wants to take, please feel free, because I'm cookied out. I've been making cookies like all week and stuff, so. And they stick, so you'll know they're sticky. I don't necessarily, it's so funny, because I don't necessarily eat them, but people like them. They're Rolos and pretzels. And it's real- that looks like a top of a like coffee.
That's a TikTok.
Not mine.
And the eyes are classic.
That's what mindfulness.
Yeah, mindfulness, you got that right. Mindfulness
That's
is-
what I think of my certain students that's in my class. Not you guys, but the younger crowds. But it's like, huh? You asking a question that I like
The
that.
guy's just like, yeah. Well, you can find mindfulness anywhere.
Mm.
In the little reindeer cookies.
Mhm. Thank you, very thoughtful of you.
Oh, thanks. Well, I thought of it, like I said, what were we bringing? I wasn't sure what everybody eats or whatever. I wanted to bring, I was actually gonna bring cheese and cookies, because I said, everybody needs protein at this point, you probably cookied out.
Brenda
Huh?
is the new, oh, she's there. The fact that she did this, I couldn't help but to sit there and look at this and realize that you're the new rep for Tazo.
That could be.
I was like, samplers.
That's funny.
Yeah,
That's
sample.
a strawberry, that's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow,
Wait for Brenda to say, Venerable, which one would you like for us to subscribe you?
Yeah. These girls who work here, they all keep the tea coming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, this is, I think it's part of that, I was thinking that, it's part of that. That's why, if you, do you have any other plates around, like, you have
Yeah.
paper plates? I'll leave whatever cookies for everyone.
Oh, nice.
I need my plate back,
Yeah.
but, I figured I'd leave whatever you want, and if anybody wants to take them, then you can take them probably.
You need help with
Yeah,
anything else?
little plate.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. I have nothing to do today, so I'm gonna probably meditate a little bit.
Okay.
And I promise these, yeah.
So you won't forget.
Oh, yeah, oh, no, I won't forget.
Okay.
I was supposed to start off with meditation, but I was so excited that everyone came, I had to jump straight to it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, my friend.
I didn't expect you guys to, I just only expected these two always come. So I was just like, I was like, oh, okay, we're gonna proceed on with the regular,
Yeah.
but then,
Yeah.
then everyone started showing up, so.
And I wanted
You're
to
wondering what happened to
surprise
me, because I haven't been here in a while, is that it? I didn't
Oh,
know you were doing
vacation,
it
huh?
regularly. No, I think I once told you, or maybe I was telling Brenda, I also go to Falun Gong, you know, from China, where the Qigong people were
yes.
persecuted, and there's a group that meets in
Oh.
the park, because I practice Qigong and stuff like that.
Okay.
So, when I first heard about it, I just said, you know, I know of all these atrocities and people prevented from being doing Qigong,
Right.
what they call Falun Gong in China.
Mm.
And I said, wow, there's a group that does it in the park, and they meet every Sunday. So I had been even a part of that. I said, let me at least bring my energy, so that they could bring it, you know, back to China, because there's about 8 or 9 Chinese who come and practice it. It was one, you know, American guy or whatever, so he was helping me, because I didn't know the costumes or whatever. So it's kind of like being on the flow of the universe where I wind up.
Yeah.
So they happened to have something going on, and I said, I gotta, you know, attend there, and I was in Cincinnati for one Sunday, so, yeah. But that's what I sort of wanted to go there to tell them why I'm not, but they don't see me there, I'm doing this sometimes on Sundays and stuff like that.
Oh, well, good for you.
Yeah.
So I like to like sort of,
I'll take them home and watch them.
you know, at least
Yeah.
bring my energy in different places where I feel like I can transfer it and I can take it someplace else.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
Good for you. Good for you. You gotta be active, you know?
Yeah, well, that's why I never know where the spirit, you know, brings me type of
Where
thing.
the wind will blow.
Yeah, and no, because sometimes, like, that's why I said I just get this. That's how she makes fun of the fact that how I found Brenda
Mm.
is I was on, you know, on the internet looking for meditation groups, because I, you know, I meditate regularly every day. But it's such a difference when you do it in a group, with energy and everything.
Yeah.
So I started saying, I really need to like have the energy of oneness with everybody.
They're all healthy.
And that's why I appreciated you, I feel the
There's
same
gotta be
way.
something wrong with them.
All the time, you know, where I am.
Healthy.
So I looked online for, you know, a meditation group, and I came across Reiki meditation, the thing that she does on Monday nights. And I looked up through this like meetup or whatever, and there was only like 2 or 3 people going, and I said, I'm gonna go to that group, because I said, I'll at least add to it, so there'll be 4 people, and I'll bring my energy there, right? Brenda, did I come the first time and say, I'm bringing you my energy?
Yes, and she does.
That's what I said.
What she does.
So I said, I wonder why there's only 3 or 4 people. And then I looked up, and it was a funeral home, and I went, oh, that's why nobody's coming to the group. So I said, okay, I'm gonna bring my good energy, and I'm gonna try to bring more people. So she greeted at the door, and I said, I'm gonna bring you my good energy, and bring more people. She said, oh, how nice. And I walked into the room, and there were 15, 20 people there. I'm done, bye. I said, no, don't leave. So that's the type of thing, things come across my radar, and I'll decide, you know, I'm gonna go and
I
bring my energy.
Yeah.
So that's why she made fun of the fact that I changed it.
Oh, wow.
can share.
Goodness, yeah, I'll share with some of my students.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Thank
that's what I say, I never quite
Very
know
well.
Mhm.
where I am.
Right.
But I appreciate being here, that's why this was so perfect for Christmas, that's why.
Different, yeah.
Everything.
Well, no, not really, it's just, you know, a beautiful thing, like, the perfect combo, like Christmas doesn't mean anything to the Buddhist monk per se, you know?
Right.
Yeah, like, I never celebrated holidays per se, you know, I'm Jewish. I don't celebrate Hanukkah, celebrate Christmas, celebrate whatever,
Right.
like I celebrate every day. Something like a sign to a birthday, to a whatever.
Right.
So that's why I appreciate it.
Yeah.
And then it was so good to be here and find out that I couldn't get out of the car.
Oh, jeez.
You know
Yeah.
what you said about the number 5 or whatever? I was like, I guess I really had to get out of the car, otherwise you wouldn't have 5 people here.
Yeah, so that happened here.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, okay, it happened before I left my place. Like,
Yeah.
randomly, like, who tries to get out of the car when they're on their way someplace? But of course, I just stopped and I said, and I said, wait, I can't get out of the car. So I climbed out and I was checking the tire pressure of something. So I got, and I'm like, okay, I can climb out and go. But I said, maybe because it's frozen. So on the way here, I'll just run the heat. And
Yeah.
hopefully when I get there, I'll be able to open the door. but I couldn't, so I had to climb over.
It's rare we get temperatures like this. I thought there was gonna snow.
I have been in
In the
Florida
in
in
the
the snow.
70s, I woke up and there was snow on my car, and
Wow.
it was really scary because no one had driven in it. Every exit on the interstate had an accident because bridges freeze over first.
Oh,
and
yeah, exactly.
They went to get off and they didn't realize that there was ice around.
Oh.
But it was neat. It was just a little covering, but everything was covered. It was kind of neat.
Wow.
I don't know.
And I had
Thank you.
yours.
Have a good day. Are you seeing family?
No, they're all gone.
Oh, they went to
Wow.
Boone, North Carolina,
Oh, okay.
minus like 15 degrees or whatever.
You look gorgeous today.
Thank
Always
you.
on point.
Thank
Thank you for coming.
Guys like that so much.
We did. We really
Yeah.
enjoyed it. I know. I did. Thank you.
Merry Christmas to you guys.
Thank you.
You too. Good work.
Thank you.
I would more than likely see you tomorrow.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
so-
All right, good day. Good night.
Facebook recording has been quite not on point, so thank goodness we have YouTube before time.
I think YouTube is the true treasure
Mm,
when it comes to education.
yes.
Till next time.
Yes, take care, Randy. Take care. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
So I don't know what you guys got going on, but if you have to take off, you guys can take off. I'm going to probably meditate for a little bit. So I have nothing going on my Christmas. And today's one of those days where everybody's closed.
Yeah.
But yeah, we were supposed to. I mean, it's Christmas, so I deviated from our original plan. So I told you guys last week I was going to start off with meditation.
It's okay. It was fun. It's always a true treasure.
It's different. It's when there's special occasions like this, deserves special attention to certain topics, on such holidays.
It's nice. We spent the day with our family yesterday for dinner, not the whole day, but for dinner, and had some apprehension toward that initially, not any negativity or anything, just mild concerns that it may be
A certain one.
hectic or something,
Right.
and it truly turned out to be
Something good.
yeah.
It's because you have prior information about these people that's there.
Yeah.
So that's why it raises a hair in the back of your head.
So that worked out really nicely, and we're gonna have our own day today once we go home and do a gift exchange and finish our gingerbread houses we started making last week.
Is it big?
It's just too little.
Box? It's like a little box.
Yeah,
Gingerbread. That's fun.
half the candy's been eaten.
They're so good.
Yeah.
I have a sweet tooth, so cookies won't. Do you see how I was over there with them cookies? I was just yes, keep talking so I can chew. You see, I was just standing there, and then Brenda figured, okay, well, maybe just give him this bag.
So that was fun. But we're gonna do that and then make a gluten-free vegetarian lasagna for dinner. That was really funny. Having a different perspective on going to Walmart on Friday the day before Christmas Eve.
Oh.
and seeing the madness and everybody just.
So that's Walmart's crowd. Publix's crowd, a little bit more behaved.
It's funny you say that because at Walmart, which I initially had gone to get the ingredients for the lasagna I had planned to make, they didn't have. So first I grabbed the mushrooms. Plenty of mushrooms. Apparently not a lot of people like mushrooms like I do. It's one of my favorite types of like substitutes for meat. So I'm like, oh great, there's tons of mushrooms. Shiitake and the baby portobellos and stuff. I'm like, this is perfect. Go over by the cheeses, no shredded mozzarella cheese. I'm like, okay, that's okay. I got brick cheese. I can do it myself. No big deal. And I look and I'm like, oh, there's no ricotta. And I'm looking at the ingredients I need. I've never made a lasagna before, so I got these ingredients. I'm like, oh, okay, no ricotta. That's okay. I'll just go to Publix after and get that. And I go over to the pasta aisle, didn't get the sauces yet. And not only was there no gluten-free pasta noodles for the lasagna, but there was almost no noodles at all. I was like, okay, that's okay. Figured out, so I call her up and I'm like, do you want to do a non-gluten-free one? Julie's like, no, I'd rather not have a lasagna if it's going to be like that. It kind of messes with her stomach and my skin with my psoriasis and everything. I'm like, all right. So kind of bail on this. I'm like, I'm gonna go over to Publix, and to keep in mind, the people are just going crazy, like they're pulling their hair out. It seems like, and I'm like, this is pretty intense over here, and I'm just observing. I'm like,
it's the pressure that they feel that they have to conform to holidays. Like I said, Christmas is just another day.
Yeah.
Hanukkah, Christmas, Black Friday. Like it's the meaning that they attach to this one day where they needed to kill people. It got so bad that Florida Highway Patrol was on the bridge. I've never seen Florida Highway Patrol put undercover cars on the bridge directly, like in the emergency lane, to do speed radars to catch people.
People trying to get to there, get the deal or whatever. It's just like seeing as I let go of one thing at a time,
right?
Attachments and my greed is just dissipating. I think that's the right word. I'm noticing it more in other people, and I have compassion and love, and I'm like,
they're still not awakened like we are.
So then I go over to Publix, and like you said, it's completely different. They had everything I needed,
mm-hmm. Except for fried chicken.
Yes.
Everyone goes to the fried chicken.
It's delicious.
How did the Venerable know that? Oh, maybe I was there. I was there, actually, for fried chicken.
It was funny. They had every single ingredient that was needed in abundance. I'm like, okay, great, including the gluten-free noodles. And I'm like, oh, how perfect. And people are kind. And it's so strange how it's almost like there's a, I don't know how to
it's like the Publix people are like Buddhist people, and then Walmart's like, oh, I don't know where you guys are from. Truly,
it seems like it almost seems like there's some sort of like brainwashing going on. That certain types of people will go to certain stores. It seems like more frequently, or people with a certain
like a certain type of
mentality.
energy they're bringing to the table.
Yeah, a little weird. I don't know what's going on over there.
It was strange. Did you put that in the?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I put the socks there because I told Brenna I was going to give them to her, but she left. And I looked at my feet and I'm like, whoops.
Oh, Brenda, she's so funny. You guys should see Brenda when she's sitting there looking at me. She's like very into it, very into the teachings, every single word. It's no different when we went through our training or even college when all professors spoke, and I was like, like a confused chipmunk. Well, I was trying to absorb everything in, but no, Brenda is not a confused chipmunk. Brenda she's really in the moment with all of us, not distracted. Looking forward to it. That's amazing to see, folks. Her age. When I first started my teaching career, it started at the Spiritual Center for CSL Spiritual Center for Spiritual Living, CSL of like Manatee County or Sarasota. I think it was Manatee. And Assistant Pastor Gary Pimpkins told me, he passed away, but before he did, he told me, he's like, Venerable, isn't it all beautiful when they all come together and have open-minded and they want to try something new and they're not stuck in their old ways, you know? And most of the crowds down there at CSL was, you know, Brenda's type age, but they were there, they were wanting to learn something new. And that stood out for Gary. Gary just had a kick out of that, just to watch all of the geriatrics, you know, congregate and to just hear the good news. But yeah, Brenda, I love Brenda. She's just very devoted, very dedicated to everything that we're doing here. But yeah, you know, again, a lot of people are not at peace for the holidays. Likewise, there are people who don't have family, who have people who have committed suicide on holidays and stuff like that. And part of to uncomplicate life is to let go, you know, and not attach so much meaning to the holiday blues. You know, the seasonal affective disorder or mood of seasonal disorders. And a lot of peace. It's just another day to me.
I used to feel kind of similarly. My stepfather, who true gift to this world, passed away just before Thanksgiving 2 years ago. His birthday is on the November 15th, and he passed away on the 18th, and then Thanksgiving fell right after that. So the last couple of years are kind of more so than already kind of been to the holidays increased, and just ever since, like, everything has changed for me. I've just had a completely different mindset. I love myself. I used to hate myself. I love myself. I can love others. I can love everybody. You know, I do have some judgments every now and then that come up, which I let go of. I recognize them. I sit with it. I do kind of like insight meditation on as to why I feel the way I feel, or whatever the case may be, so I can let it go. And that's just kind of like programming from 30 years of growing up. So, you know, letting all these things go, and the more I let go, the more peace I am. And it's wonderful. Like I was kind of mentioning work, one of the things I did right when I was about to leave work, one of my bosses, his name's Jason Riggs, he's a funny guy. And I walked out, I just wanted to wish him a peaceful Christmas. So I go up to his desk, and there was one of our agents that was on the phone with a customer, and the customer's yelling at him, and he's yelling at my manager, and the manager's yelling at him back, like, well, he's saying that this agent processed this payment on this card, and his file is under, and there's it's kind of going back and forth. It was very tense. And I just sat there, just smiling, waiting, standing at his desk. And that finally calms down. There you go, Mr. Riggs. I wanted to wish you a very peaceful Christmas. And he just goes, he has a breath of that sigh of fresh air just from me saying that. And that's kind of what I was referring to earlier. It's like, the more at peace we are with people around us, the more peace we bring them just by through our own actions. You share, you say, you know, it's our job to prove you wrong. It's your job to prove the Buddha wrong. I literally was thinking about that when I was driving. It was either yesterday or Friday. And I was like, can't prove them wrong yet.
Yeah.
Just keep getting proven right.
Right.
Like, which I already knew was going to be the
Because
way.
the moment I'm able to prove the Buddha wrong, I realize I'm wasting my time, and I should disrobe and try something new. You know, it's an ever reinforcing thing.
It's unbelievable. Well, it is believable. It's real. It is what it is, and it's.
And the more that you witness in the world of how stressed people are, the more it compels you to succeed in your practice and to bring the good news to the people. to bring them the same practice that how you were transformed, so that their life is also transformed. And then, you know, scale. My thing now is scale, which is to impact the masses of people. Before you can do that, you know, you start with your little circle, and then eventually you will learn how to impact the masses of the people that's waiting. But they're all asleep. They don't know. It's so funny. Just the other day, when I was again going back to the study of the stress, and it's like we don't, you know, we humans were designed to survive, like stuff like tigers and elephants chasing after us, and you know, leprechauns, you know, and we don't have that. We don't have any threats, but yet we're so stressed about 30-year mortgages and cars and insurance and people, and we're literally decimating ourselves with the things that we have created in this box that we live in. And I think people are very much asleep to that fact. And it's our job to bind the way how we carry ourselves as these very light-hearted, noble beings. The fact that how we walk, move, and speak is how they will be. It wakes them up. Just our presence alone wakes people up. You know, and that's my hope, is that, you know, the rare few follows us, and we just have to make it work in the ever-changing world.
What's that saying? I don't know. I don't remember who said it. The lion's not in the room.
Right. Lions in their head.
Yeah.
They create lions in their head every day. That's what CBT aims to do, is to calm it down, and to help you differentiate what's real and what is not real, and why there is a lion in there, and how did you create this lion? When did you started to create the lion in your head? That's what CBT helps. And speaking of that, you guys got to chapter 16, 17? They finished by now?
Chapter.
I wasn't able to get to chapter 16.
Oh, okay. It's no biggie. It's Christmas. You get a hall pass.
I'm gonna try to drop
Like
off on
Steven
Sunday.
get a hall pass.
Yeah, chapter 16. Going down anger.
I see.
Differentiating between healthy anger and unhealthy anger. And ideally, there should be no anger, but the difference between like annoyance and irritation versus aggression, rage, and hate. So we can be annoyed at something, irritation versus aggression, rage, and hate. So we can be annoyed at something because eventually we won't be. You know, something can happen that as we reduce the things that used to cause us rage to annoyance, and we let go of attachments and everything, and then we get rid of annoyance and no more anger.
So annoyance and all of these things are actually sometimes can be good.
Yeah.
When people annoy you, you realize, back to the practice.
Yeah.
When things we witness in humanity reinforces what we need to do in Buddhism, so that we don't come back.
Right. Exactly.
Don't come back. And even if we have to come back, we don't come back that many times around. The stream entry, the once returner, you know, the 4 stages of every time when I see something that's troubling me, I realize, oh man, arahantship cannot come back. This is rough. You know, it poses so much challenges already in this lifetime, nonetheless, future lifetimes where you don't know what's gonna hold. You know what I mean?
Can I ask a little bit different question? I don't know if you felt like I've been getting this feeling for like the last roughly about a year that I've been going through this before. Like this whole thing, like not in this lifetime. I don't know. I'm not saying I'm enlightened or anything. I remember everything. I just have this like overwhelming feeling that I've been studying this for a while, and I like keep getting drawn back to it.
Yeah. So it's the same explanation that others will tell you, and what I will tell you is that in your former life, you have been exposed to the teachings before. So therefore, in this lifetime, it's music to your ears, and a constant curiosity and a constant good desire. People think that in Buddhism, you cannot have desire, but the one of the best desire to have is the desire for liberation.
Yeah.
And we have that desire temporarily. We don't hang on to any desires. You know, when I reflect back on my life, I was like, what was it about me as this young man that constantly veered towards the monasteries, even Mahayana tradition that I didn't even understand. Always wanting to go into the monastery because I felt at peace. I used to lie down on the floor. I used to just like really relax. It was like my playground. Literally, the monastery was like my playground. And when they asked me this doing a podcast, I told them I think I have reason to believe in my last life that I was probably a monk, and that's why it felt so much at home. There was a woman that did some kind of a reading for me, and she told me she saw me alone in different places in my previous lives, but I was always alone. In the forest at one time. So the fact that she had these readings gave me insight that, yeah, well, that's great because I'm now alone again. You know, I've been alone before, so it was no brainer for me to be alone again. The solitude, the practice of solitude, and how certain noises and being around just large settings and stuff like that disrupts my peace because I'm just so in tune. So one possible in Vietnamese culture, when you tell any Vietnamese person who is Buddhist, they would tell you, yeah, you have this preset already because of what you were exposed to in your previous life. So therefore, it's just now natural to hear the Dhamma.
It's comforting.
It's beautiful because not a lot of people. Again, I mean, just look at how many people has been in this room and how many actually comes back, and they're still in the worldly samsaric cycle of suffering. Still hasn't wake up, and still they're just not ready. They're not ripened like a fruit hasn't ripened. Furthermore, even like Venerable Sarananpala, Venerable Yutatamo, and other monks who serves in the West, also when people like come, you don't see a lot. You don't see a lot either. And these are like His Holinesses. That's because they're not ready in those regions. The rare, the few of the spiritual ninjas, the spiritual, that's what I call them. Guys like you guys, spiritual ninjas, is that, they, when the time is right, they will come. And I realized just this year that my joy comes from the quality of the students that I have cultivated, and not by the numbers, not by the millions, but just a rare few, literally the handfuls in my hands that I can count. Just because I know that the amount of impact that you have, that you already have had, and is continuing to have out there in the world. That puts the teachers to sleep really good at night. Like the one gal who was a police officer who came all the way down from Michigan to see me, and I taught her what needs to be taught. And when she went back to work at Dunkin' Donuts, getting some coffee, someone rear-ends her car. She comes out and actually taught this other gal who was freaking out like they just hit a police car, a state trooper, a traffic state trooper, by all means. And she stepped out and taught meditation right there in the moment, and not got angry, didn't do what most cops would do when someone and she was a young cop too. So, the sergeants got to get involved in so much paperwork for, department car crashes. So, but just to know that she went back and she taught, and again, I mean, I'm probably doing this every day, but just to know that this one person got impacted because she was in this class, that's just a forever smile on my face. Even if I had disrobed back then, even if I wasn't a monk until this present day, I would still rejoice in that memory.
That's wonderful.
So just keep up the good work, and this is something that you are solidifying the one and only toolbox that needs to be filled and full and ready for life ahead amongst yourselves and within the world. You guys are young, So we got like 60 more years on this planet. And you just gotta wait what's in store for the next 60 years, and how Buddhism is going to help carry you through the 60 years of endurance of humanity, stress, pain, old age, decay, disease.
Especially with civilization and the craziness that's going on and the technological advancements that are happening. And it seems like there's a divide now more than ever in humanity, and it's gonna have to be. Did you ever read Aldous Huxley's Brave New World?
Mm-mm. It's a fiction.
It's a fiction. It's about a dystopian society. Right. I'm gonna get a copy for him.
there's already TED Talks and scholastic or scholarly discussions about nationalism and globalism and the new divide and stuff like that. But my thing is that all the Buddhists, like I told you before, all the Buddhists will find each other in the Buddhist countries and hang out.
That's what I feel like is gonna happen.
We don't stick around for this mess. We life's too short for us to stick around for this mess. We, like I told you, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, all that's gonna be populated with people who veers towards the monasteries, the monks, and we're gonna create a new world.
I feel like that's what's gonna happen with. I think. I don't speak for myself, but I think that we're gonna probably
Move to.
try to at some point. It's just a matter of getting the funds together to do so and setting things up. I know I have to get my passport. You would have to get that. There's obviously all sorts of hurdles that would.
So I would say that try to get a bachelor's degree in like English or business, so that you can teach English over there, or everything in America. I'm sorry, everything in the world about making money, it has to do with two things: business and psychology. The merging of the two, psychological, organizational management, and because that opens up the door for you to teach as a teacher, and you make a lot of money. So that's how you survive and generate money, income, so you can stay in that country. So that's what you want. You got to have a backup plan about, occupation and career. But one day I hope you guys get to meet my most senior teacher, His Holiness Venerable Kipapanyo. And I mean, just like I told you, I visited him many times, and sometimes only got a few words with him. But when we sat this one day, just to feel the energy of certain monks in the room, to feel the sainthood conviction that they carry, and what it's like to actually being in a room with a saint, an actual saint, a Buddhist saint. It's very breathtaking. It literally it arrests the moment for you to feel what it's like to be in nirvana in complete totality. Just because he now has control of the energy in the whole room because of his emanating energy of a saint. And you feel safe and sound, and it's very liberating. And that's more conducive in Buddhist countries when you meet, more people who've practiced the right way. And when you're in their presence, you're just like, whoa, this was so worth the trip. Just like the fact that I got to experience sitting with a guru, a teacher, or an enlightened being, or just some of the words that they utter, you carry the rest of your life. Yeah. But yeah, this nonsense over here, it's out of control with everything.
It's crazy. It's maddening. You have to maintain peace, to just tolerate. I mean, what you do, you take advantage of technology to help people. I mean, that's how we found from YouTube, for me personally, to Julia, but everybody's just.
You know what gets me is that they put their 2 cents into stuff they don't know, and they influence the even more ignorant person, and then they get them angry. Everything that's social media, the free speech thing, gets people to be more angry, more rowdy up, to have an opinion about something and be angry about police shootings, Black Lives Matter, white people, white supremacists, the whole 10 yards. I mean, mind you, I'm a monk and they do it to me. So they would not stop at nothing to do it to anybody. And it's literally the animal realm manifesting. You see people living in the animal realm and behaving like an animal, talking like an animal, and so on. So I don't think they're going to do anything about it. And again, the true Buddhist practitioner, and mind you, I've done a lot of research on even actually people who think that they're Buddhist or identify as Buddhist still gets into arguments online. It's just like, no. Theravadins do not do this. I don't know what kind of school you come from, but Theravadins don't do this. And obviously the School of Intelligence, School of Jidao does not ever engage into idle gossiping, you know. So it's not the wise and it's not being the noble.
Have you ever just curious, like heard or listened to like Alan Watts or
From time to time.
you know,
These are very enlightened American scholars
yeah.
that have gone through the same thing, and now they have, you know, that now they represent what they have found for them, what it means to them, what it means for you. Yeah, they're all necessary. Jack Kornfield and
Yeah.
everybody, Rick Hansen, all of that is necessary for you to make your comparison and contrast about mindfulness, about what it actually means, how it means to the Westerners, and then you're to compare that with my teachings.
Because that's kind of what jump started. I mean, I honestly, what first introduced me to the idea of Buddhism was a CD from Zen. And then when I was 18, I got this tattoo for Zen, the emptiness tattoo on my wrist to try and remind myself of that. And then my 20s were a disaster. And I never looked at my wrist to remind me. The whole reason I put that on my body and stained my body for the rest of my life to remind myself, yo, buddy, like go, things don't last forever and stuff. But then I kind of, worked back into it, and, Julie kind of introduced me to the Eckhart Tolle. I told you that when we first talked on the phone, which helped me. But then, and I had already known about, Ram Dass and Alan Watts, and had listened to them before, and then was exposed to Jack Kornfield, and I can't remember the other guy's name I listened to on my way to work. I try to listen to these, like I listen to either you and something you share on YouTube on my way into work, or somebody else in regards to mindfulness or loving kindness, metta, because what I do is I'm exposed to oftentimes some unfavorable behaviors from other people verbally. So I always try to put my mind in that. And ever since then, it's just always these reminders all day, every day. And for me, it feels like everything is just coming together. And I'm starting to see the big picture. It's like stepping back from a painting. I'm painting the size of the wall, and you're this close, you can only see this much of it, and then you step back, you can see it all, and I finally see the big picture. Let me understand that phrase.
The insight, the 4 foundations of mindfulness here. During my training, I had to read through it and stuff like that, but when it came to understanding it, I'm like, okay, great, all right. And then I just went through, I've got to be a monk in my past life. Because I went through it so fast and I got the point so quick. So, that's why sometimes it's frustrating for me when students keep on asking more analytical questions into it. And I'm just like, why can't you just think simple? So I have to really figure them out of their nature, just their personality types. Some are like that though. Some are just naturally, they got to know what this actually really means in order to practice, But yeah, I think you guys are doing great. Hopefully we can finish CBT probably in the next week or so, so that we can move head on into more meditation.
Yeah, I stopped taking as detailed notes, and as I'm progressing through the book, I'm noticing a lot of the sections are just kind of like identifying if you have if you have OCD or if you have BDD or if you have anger issues or if you have anxiety or depression or whatever, and they're showing you how to identify if you have those things. And
Right.
so on certain things, like, I mean, like,
the deal with the CBT is, number one, know when you or your partner start to have onset of OCD, depression, or anxiety. You remember that our minds jump, and what CBT is teaching you is to catch it when it is jumping, when it is present, when it is gone. If people like Steven, oh my God, that kid's probably have to read that book like 50,000 times and take 50,000 notes and probably do the workbook and do the journal, because their mind's all over the place. And quite frankly, I'm starting to think that at age 20, they're probably not ready to absorb CBT the way that it should be absorbed to maximize the efficacy and effectiveness. Just because 20-year-olds is just going to get into trouble and get drunk and just do what 20-year-olds do. You know what I mean? Again, like when I was I can't blame him, because when I was his age, I didn't mature until I was like 24. I was acting a fool since I was like 24.
quicker than me.
Oh, so it's like I'm really pushing it hard on him, but I'm not sure that it's appropriate for his level right now. And each student's level, and then you take Stephen, you compare it to now Luis, who's 18, and Luis like glanced through like chapter 1 and was talking like an hour on it. So he's more ready than Steve, and he's yet 2 years younger than Steve, and a lot more mature, I feel, more relaxed, more chill, just calm than Steve. Whereas Steve is just like adrenaline, like when's the next best thing, and how much just the memory of drunk memory. Some of them are attached to the pleasurable samsaric cycle, but they also forget how not pleasant the samsaric cycle is after it's done. Of which he told me, and I saw it visibly. He got drunk, and then he came back, and he was like, I was like, "Are you high right now?" He's like, "No, this is from the liquor yesterday." Like, you look like this from yesterday? Oh, great. How's that working out for you? So they haven't caught the fact that they are still asleep and just the fun. So Steve, we may have to wait a little bit longer for him to wake up.
Yeah, I'm almost to the next section of that, but I forget what section 3 or 4 or whatever. I think it's section 4, but I'm almost to that section, and kind of it's putting everything together more so that I can see now how everything, just like I said, the big picture, how this has its own big picture, the CBT, and how that works. And my favorite little exercise with I've been journaling. I just wanted to let you know I started journaling and just see where I'm at, how my day has been, if I noticed something that was off or whatever the case is. So I started doing that again after a very long time of not doing it or writing anything down, probably almost a year, like 6-7 months since the last time I did any type of journaling. So, but I see how everything fits together now. I was going to say the mindfulness, right? I found my favorite exercise, and I've been doing it more mentally than on paper, and I should be doing it on paper too, but it's the 3 things for the anxiety, like how you feel about your anticipated anxiety of a situation, what the situation is, how you feel about it, and then after doing it, what the actual discomfort was. And I did that mentally yesterday when we were going to have dinner, and I would say I was pretty chill. I spent a long time in meditation yesterday, like probably on and off for about an hour and a half prior to our dinner, and got myself really to a low level. I would say I was maybe at a discomfort of maybe anticipated discomfort of like probably a 3 or 4, knowing that I can always remove myself and everything. And then the discomfort was a -3, because it turned out to be a very positive experience. spending time with Peter and everything. For me personally, spending time with him,
Yes.
and it was a lot. It turned out to be a lot of fun, and wasn't anticipating it to be fun. I thought it was just going to be relatively neutral, and it was just opposite. So that is my favorite exercise so far by doing the CBT, which I think is pretty nice.
It's amazing because I wait all year to hear how students apply ABC slowly into any activating events. That's one of the key trademark that I'm looking for, that they apply it, because you see the speed of our thoughts and emotions and behavior is so quick that we don't catch the ABC in that moment of that event.
Yeah.
How did it started? How you start to feel about it? What are your beliefs? Prior information you have about this person, that this is what they did. Now your anger is sparked, and then what are you gonna do next? It happens so quick that's why people just gun, boom, done in a matter of seconds. Or especially with prior information they know about each other, because they've already have a set belief about this person's an idiot. You're always the B word, or you're always an asshole. So then the next thing that happens, they just snap. They just grab the gun and just, I'm gonna kill you, and literally kills them. And that's why we see what's on the news. And to think that we could put a stop on all this, had we taught CBT in like 9th grade. Matter of fact, middle school. Every year they should be studying CBT. Every year there should be an exam on it instead of the FCAT or whatever high school exam that they have now.
Yeah. I agree.
We have become so, I cannot find a word to describe the Department of Education's intent for kids these days. The fact that we got a world, we got kids in it, we got science that can teach them how to deal with stress, but yet we still gonna just make them into slaves and a tunnel from school to prison. That's it. That's the purpose of school. School is to develop people so that they can just go to prison.
And it's really structured that way too.
Yeah, sure is. That's why when people who are within the Department of Education, like up just to make decisions for the lower school districts and stuff like that, I look at them and I'm just like, you're worthless. You're useless, worthless. Like, why are you even here? I would. That's when I throw a lightning bolt at them. You know what I mean? Truly, like on TV, like on CNN. Now you would see Venerable Chidao and U.S. Department of Education, and you would just see me throw lightning bolts at them all day, every day. And I'm like, now you all going to use your money and bail all these kids out, and you're going to put them in a CBT program. You're going to pay for the books. You're going to pay for all of my students to teach. You're going to do this. Like, I would just start slamming them like a judge. But it's like, after you've mastered CBT, you realize the benefits and how kids could really actually benefit from it and save them from the heartache and the headaches that now they're dealing with.
I feel like even as simple as it seems, especially with the gummies handbook, I almost feel like they need to kind of like simplify it in a way even more for like teenagers. That makes sense.
Well, the books that you guys got is the 3rd edition.
Yeah.
So the ones that Steve's got is the 1st and 2nd, which is literally 10th grade level.
Okay.
What you got is like near college level explanation, and then his is 10th grade.
Because it's still, I mean, for me, it's relative. And I actually had grew up with a learning disorder. It was in special programs in school. I had to go to a special school. I make a joke at it. I was a short bus kid, like literally.
Yeah.
And I overcame all of that, and then I quit reading for a long time, and then through Julia's support, I shared my vulnerability with her. So after a while, I just finally was like, I have a hard time reading. It's very difficult for me to read and comprehend. I can write like short stories and all that stuff. I can come up with a really wild story. Right, I think I'm pretty literate as far as like pen to paper goes, but when it comes to reading and comprehension, I've always struggled with that. So she's like kind of encouraged me to start reading more, and buying me books and providing me with information that I've been practicing reading and everything. And now I'm trying to dissect the Piku Bodhi book, which is like
mind blowing.
Yeah, like I mean, there's.
Aren't you
words.
glad I exist? When you read the first paragraph and you realize, oh my Lord Jesus, oh my God, for all the gods that ever exist on the universe, we're so blessed and we must protect Venerable Jedi at all costs. Need to get him Secret Service. So
You could take a week worth of studying and you just combine it into like 3 or 4 word phrase or sentence, and I'm like enlightened in that moment. Like, oh, a week of studying comes down to less than a 5-word sentence, and it makes complete sense.
Bhikkhu Bodhi teaches online the Majjhima Nikaya, all of the Nikayas that he's going through, and some of the students, the way how they ask the question, I'm just like, huh?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you how many times I've suffered mini strokes just watching his class.
It's so funny too watching him, because like people will ask questions and he's like, I'll get to that. I was watching one of his lectures.
He's doing because he's in a position of a professor, so he has to answer as much as he can. I don't, because again, they have to go through the basic questions. I only answer the questions that you guys hear on there if they have seen the Four Noble Truths. Other than that, sit your ass down, study the Four Noble Truths. Don't ask any questions. Sit there until you get the point, and you can demonstrate that you can get the point. Do you understand? You know, they're like, how do we get to Anagami? And it's like, yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. I just can't like figure it out, like why they're so curious about the other stuff. Like, who cares? It's so far away from where you're at right now. It's just, but
I was just gonna say I could relate to that in a way. I find it very interesting to focus on things that it's kind of like dreamland. It's like you're taking your attention from something that's going to be applicable to alleviating suffering, which is the most important thing, which you're teaching, to go to like, well, but what about like King Yemen? That's really
well.
Cool.
The problem here is that I get that they're curious, but it's like you're in 9th grade college, and they're like, oh, I want to get a PhD. How do I get there? And the professor's like, well, you have to get through bachelor's, and then master's, and then your PhD, and then you do a original research called dissertation, and then you become a doctor once you've successfully defended your dissertation. And then they sit there and they're continuing to answer like, well, how do we conduct the research? And then the teacher's like, well, you have to get through this class first and foremost. And then, a couple semesters down, you're going to study research methods, and then they'll teach you, research methods. And then so they just egg on those questions when the teacher's like, why don't you get through this class first? And you're one step closer to your PhD, endeavors. So that's what they're doing at Bhikkhu Bodhi and some of these, academic dinglings out there, that they just like to play with the teacher, or sometimes I just think that they just want to show how intelligent they are, or trying to prove to the teacher that they're more intelligent than the teacher. It's annoying. It's really annoying. I'm not one of them, so I'm pretty sure when they invite me to like big universities and stuff like that, I'm gonna be like, nope, next.
It's something I genuinely. There's a lot about you that I do admire, and one of the things I've noticed is when you have your conversations with your online talk with other venerable monks across the world, and California, New York, and Canada and stuff, and they introduce everybody. Something that I've learned, I've already kind of learned this prior, but it's gonna sound weird. Like your place when you speak and when you don't.
Right. Again, I approach it as I don't know jack.
Yeah.
I let them speak, and then I give my take on it, but it's a very weighted presentation, because most of them have PhDs, MDs. I don't know a lot of their backgrounds. You see how serious their faces are. I am just a kid in there. I'm literally a 5-year-old in the panel. So number one, it's an honorary position to sit in the panel with them, and there's only like less than 10. There's less than 10 in the whole world that participates. And so I have to be very like dead on point. And what you were looking for, what you should be looking for, is when they go like this when I'm speaking. Because ever since I got invited onto the panel, a lot of them really get a kick out of my teachings. And they're like, oh yeah, he got it going on. He knows what he's talking about. And some of them very quiet. It only takes one of them to object to Venerable Saranampala, and he'll pull me aside and be like, we think you are out of line. And where did you get this information? And why did you say this live in front of the whole entirety, 8 billion people to watch? So it needs to be dead on point. So yeah, so again, I am his eminescence to the rest of the world. But when I'm sitting there with them, like a little 5-year-old that don't know nothing about a lollipop. And it's humbling because every time when they send me a sutta, like I get a message from Venerable Santrama, and I swear like they test me. Let me pull one up for you. This is quite quick. Like they've got to be testing my intelligence, and they're testing for my scholarly library. I know they're testing me because out of all the emails they don't send a mass email out, and I'm part of the mass emails. They just like they give me an hour notice or sometimes less than an hour notice, and they're like, boom, here, come. And then I'm left with like paragraphs and paragraphs to read from, like Bhikkhu Bodhi stuff to read from. And now I have to comment on it. I don't have to, but he can call me. You see how he calls people. You stay quiet too long, he's like, Venerable Chidao!
You've been quiet for a while.
Yeah. Yeah. And Venerable Saranampala has a PhD, which when I was first invited, I didn't really know. But he is like His Holiness in Canada. That's, you know what I mean? So I'll get like, oh, it went away. Where is it? Okay, here it is. You know, he'll get like, he'll send me stuff like this, and then you hit the Dhamma something sutta, the Dhammadaya Sutta by Bhikkhu Sudaso, you know, and it's like a paragraph like this. You read all of this. Matter of fact, that's quite long. And then you need to make sense of it right away. You need to be able to apply that. The hair of the Dhamma is what it says. The hair of the Dhamma. And now what does it mean to the world? And how can the world use it right now? So I have like seconds to like come up with, and then I hear some of I hear some of their discussions, and then you just do the best that you can. That's what I do. I do the best that I can. So, but yeah, you see that I'm a 5-year-old in there, and I make it very well known that I'm a 5-year-old in there, and I will always consider myself as a junior monk in that panel. You know, so you just see the humbleness. You know what I mean? I don't go there and flex and be like, yeah, by the way, I am now the new His Holiness, and they'll be like. You know, I could never consider myself as the most venerable because you got to have at least like 35 years of it. There's so many titles that you cannot flex. You just cannot flex. And yeah, and then there was a picture on my other phone where you had 3 monks on the Buddhist tribunal, literally a Buddhist court. You had all 3 of them, and in front of the table was the scale of justice, and they're the one that decides monks who's been misbehaving in a direct violation of the 227 rules. That's a serious panel right there. That's some monks can never be monks ever again in this lifetime when they go through those panels. But yeah, it gives me a chance to learn new stuff. Again, I'm not a sutta study monk, so therefore anyone that pulls out a sutta and they cite the Nikayas or stuff that Bhikkhu Bodhi's doing in certain sections, I'm like, what? Pull it up again. And I have to glance through it real quick to get the overall view of it. And I'm like, oh, okay, I know how this can be applied. I understand it now. for me to just pull it, just like some of these monks that just pull Pali out of nowhere and just pull certain citations, you know what I mean? It's no different than a lawyer who is like, who can tell you not just the law, but the state statutes, the subsections, the law, and the defense to that law. And some lawyers remember all of it. And then some lawyers can tell you the law, the defense to the law, and previous amendments to that law, and how superseding laws that was made after decisions and Supreme Court decisions after that, and like appellate level decisions after that, and how this means for this case right now. So in the teachings of the Buddha, you have monastic scholars that do that, and then they have research on top of the suttas and commentaries, and it's just like, what? What is happening here? Is anyone in here enlightened yet? You know, and some monks would get really all into they'll spend hours discussing on, but we think the Buddha meant this. Do you think he meant that? And I'm just like, is there a tree nearby?
I need to go sit under a tree.
Yes, but so this is why for the monks that don't, obviously for the monks that, again, more analyticalizations, for the simple monk like me, enough is enough, and enough to propel you for enlightenment.
Yeah.
This is some simplicity of it, and the practitioner has to know where improvement is needed and how to target specific. That's one thing you'll always hear me say on the panel is target specific. You know, the problem, the solution to the problem, and how we can target specific that and do it one at a time, like a checklist, one at a time. So that you remain focused, you get it done slowly, thoroughly, effectively, and then you move on to the next checklist in Buddhism. You know, just everything that you read, or just go home and just do some more research, and you look at so many checklists as a human in order to, just like the 4 Brahma Viharas, you know, the 4 the generosity, the karuna, the compassion, the understanding, the love. Like, what? Compassion? I need to work on that. It's like, okay, well, how do you need to work on it? Where in compassion that you need to target specific? So you just take one and you just laser focus on that, and not to be distracted by other stuff. That's it. You know, if, you know, second noble truth, if desire is causing you suffering right now, laser beam, put that on the pad, you know, on the stool, examine it right now. What is it in your life right now that you desire so much that's causing you sleep issues, you know, eating issues and stuff like that? Examine it. And that's how you learn about yourself, and that's how you also pinpoint problems in other people.
That's what I discovered through research on mindfulness, is the depth of it. You know, I thought it was just going to be pretty basic, and there's just books and books and books and books. You know, it's crazy. 3 types of training. It's insane in a good way. It's just expansive.
It is expansive.
So
it is in a good way.
And it shows you, as you say, like where it shows like you laser focus on something that's causing distress in your life. And then you just knock that out. This is like, I like the way you put that. You laser beam, vaporize it, take care of it, move on to the next thing. Am I lazy? I need to handle that.
Yeah, you know, it's the same analogy as some of these students that have like so many court cases, like traffic cases. I got 3 speeding tickets or 4 traffic tickets. 2 of them were moving violation. The other 2 is not. And I'm like, all right, slow down. What are the court dates again? When? What are the fines on each one? Let's take care of this one first, and then this one, and then this one, and then this one. All right. So let's set up the court date for this one, and let's deal with that. And this one's going to require you to take a 4-hour driver improvement course. And this one's you're going to need the, you know, traffic avoidance course, or, you know. So that's what we do is we identify where your traffic tickets are, and then pinpoints laser specific that this needs to be taken care of first, before you get a warrant or before your fines get doubled. But yeah, it is expensive, but right now in the eyes of the student it could be overwhelming too, but in the eyes of the teachers, that's why you have me to tell you what to study, when to study it, and what to report back. And based on your report and level of understanding, we adjust to, we need to probably go back to this, or I feel that you are now ready for the next.
And that's what's I'm so grateful for having this time to see you, because diving in, it's like, okay, I got this book, and I'm reading it, and I'm like, pull one lock of hair out at a time. No, it's a lot of fun, and that's really cool. Like I find joy in this, and someone who ended up having, like, as I mentioned, ended up having like learning disabilities growing up, to find joy in studying and learning, and not just something that is interesting, but something that's bettering my life, making me feel at peace and like one with the universe. It's so rewarding to be able to sit here with you and to have this time, and I'm so grateful that you give us the time to be able to do that.
Okay, in a very self-centered way, I do it for me, not for you. Because what I'm doing here is like a practicing doctor. If I don't practice, then I would suck. So even if you guys didn't even show up, I would just, well, actually, this really doesn't do much justice. The teacher needs the students to test his ability to match them where they're at. You need patience to work on to be a better doctor. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I could just sleep and just write more books on myself, but I don't feel that would make me be the best Buddhist psychotherapist out there. You know what I mean? And then I would be clueless when I get to meet humans and they're like, help us. And just like, how? Like, yeah, Chidao, you don't know the how because you've been sitting there writing books. You've been sitting there doing demo talks to ghost, like you haven't engaged in humans to make you the best qualified, authentic teacher to teach Buddhist psychotherapy. And what we need more nowadays is Buddhist psychotherapists that brings it to the people, and they maximize everything out of the teachings. You know what I mean? It's easy to take an authoritative standpoint and say, do this, read it, find 50 sources instead of 5. Don't ask any questions, and until you do so, we will move on. I can say that easily, right? That really sucks. That's like, oh my God. Oh, back to Christianity.
Yeah.
But in order and it takes, again, this to also emphasize the amount of patience, investment, effort, dedication, and commitment in order to transcend your suffering the right way. It's like, I want enlightenment. Yeah, this is how you do it. This is in nitty gritty details of the how. So
something I've noticed whenever I've been going into meditation this week, I've had shift gears a little bit, but just things that have come up over the last week. I never ever thought or worried, except when I had my tooth pulled and was freaking out over all that. But I started kind of like thinking about, and not like, I want to make sure this is abundantly clear, not in a negative way, but I started thinking about like death, almost like a death meditation in a way, like how am I gonna die? It comes into my head, and I don't follow it or anything, but realize I want to be able to do more for everybody than I've ever wanted to do before. I don't know if that makes sense, but I feel, and then I kind of like scared myself a little bit, and I was like, well, how am I gonna die? When am I gonna die? I don't know. And it brings it back to when you did led us in death meditation, back in August, and I was like, I didn't fixate on like the worry of how and when. I just it brought it to light so that way I could realize that, hey, you know, I make a crazy example. I say this all the time. It's like if you're driving down the road and a rock could fall out of the sky, a meteor could hit, or aliens could land on my car while I'm driving. Who knows? And I'm uncomfortable with that. But the idea that I want to end my suffering in this lifetime. I do, and I feel like I am achieving that kind of at a more rapid pace than I thought that it was going to happen. So I find myself just like totally like here now with little thought of the future or past. When I was meditating on that, I was like, I want to be able to help others feel the way that you've helped me be at peace, and other people too through teachings. But it's a lot different when you're watching videos and you're reading books,
Right.
than it is to sit and have, and you know that, and then it's just sit and have a live lesson with somebody that can guide you to that. And I want to be able to help others in that way too. And that brought me peace when I was like thinking about death. I was like, oh, I want to help others. It's like, wow, I really let go of in that moment, I felt like I let go of a lot of attachment of myself to be there to others. And then, as I mentioned earlier, I'm noticing that it's other people aren't making a point to tell me that it's noticeable. And I'm like, it's interesting how it all kind of just fits together, like how it all just works out.
You know, the reason why I merged the Catholic world into Buddhism today is because I know that there's doubts in people's minds on a spiritual path, both Christianity and Buddhism. And the one thing that everything I say is necessary for people to understand is that, you know, there were times in my life that I thought back and I was like, look at all the misdeeds that holy men have done, because they must not believe enlightenment is real. They must not believe that heaven is real. That's why they're doing it, engaging in sex, extortion, and money, and scamming, and fraud, and all these things. In very large numbers, one has to ask, did they just wear robes just to get money from people and just live that, you know, stripper life? What is happening here? And deep into my investigation, I realized that no, enlightenment is real. They just lazy and they gave up in the middle of it. And they decided to misuse the color of their robes to now just enjoy this. They gave up and they would rather take rebirth and enjoy a little bit left, and totally dismisses the workings of karma in the process. And of course, all that did not turn out well for a lot of them. There was another monk named Dao, not the same name, but there was a Dao in his name, D-A-O, that was caught taking $10 or $20,000. He committed fraud in California. He took his life. He couldn't live with it. He could not live with it. Imagine that, $20,000, and then you take your life. That's what karma would do to you. You know what I mean? And so along every path, any path that you take, doubt will arise. And I just want you all, and that's why I lead by example, and that's why I do the things that I do, to reinforce and solidify that my journey towards enlightenment is very serious to me. Very serious to me. And the workings of karma, very serious. Never lose sight of that, ever, no matter what type of pleasure is in front of you. You know, but again, when the process of becoming a priest, it is so long and strenuous, and just the process that they make sure that these guys got to be, you're doing this for the right reason. You're doing this for the right reason, for the right cause, and not to come into the order of the priesthood for the wrong reason, to abuse, to neglect, to take money, to get rich. You know what I mean? It's a rare thing to see a priest that's rich, because the Vatican is always watching. The bishops are always watching all day. They control them so well that is necessary for the Holy Order. It's just too bad that now social media blows everything out of proportion and stuff like that. But I have high respect for priests. Not only do they have to prove themselves, they have to go for schooling. I mean, they have to at least get a master's before becoming a priest. Some requirements are not like that for monks. You know what I mean? I've already had prior 20 years of studying before becoming where I am, which is equivalent to a master's degree. You know,
More so.
yeah. I mean, I can defend a dissertation all day, every day. You know what I mean? Can defend a thesis all day, any day. But yeah, just again, you guys are already seeing results in your life. You've seen it, flourish and just manifest. And like I said, you guys are already inspiring Stephen, people at work, and just keep up the good work and don't let the 5 hindrances get in the way. Something that I neglected to go through with you guys. The 5 hindrances, you guys went through that.
Sense desire is present and not present. Anger is not present. And lazy.
And doubt.
See how you remember it more than I do? Look, I have to pull it up. See how old I am? Okay, here we go.
It's just something that you implement so you don't have to think about the thing, I feel like the words.
Yeah.
You just do it.
Yeah. I mean, I practice this every day. That's why I'm not lazy. And that's why I don't remember it, because some people remember it, but they don't practice it. So, yeah, sensual desire, right? That's, again, ill will, anger, and then laziness, and then restlessness, and worry. And then there's that doubt in their stream entry. So, yeah, as long as you guys don't be fully aware of this every day and how it could disrupt your spiritual progress, keep your eyes on the prize of the spiritual progress. It's no different than whatever old professions that you want it to be. It's like, yeah, I want to be a doctor or a lawyer. It takes 7 years, 8 years, and stuff like that. But if this is what is going to be the most rewarding, well-founded rewarding that you have found in your life, and guess what? Keep your eyes on the prize. Go to school. Say no to your friends. Go out to Ybor. Take notes. Pass your exams. Keep your GPA high. Like, this is the how to get there. So in Buddhism, is no different than the path to arahantship, which is finally graduating as a doctor, pretty much, the spiritual doctor. That is actually the real meaning of graduation. When one who has graduated from Buddhism is one who is an arahant. I'm always afraid of that. Actually, as a teacher, I'm always afraid that they might fall into the hindrances, because I've seen so many fall into the hindrances. Just look at the ones who are not in this classroom. Sensual desire, the beer, the booze, the girls, the drugs. A lot more fun than sitting here with, achy back pain and cross-legged and having to pee every, hour. Same thing with like Steven. So, sensual desire. But yeah, we had a good talk today, and this is what it means. This right here is what Ajahn Chah did to his disciples, but he had like dozens of them. You know what I mean? And every time after eating after this, and he sat, they gathered around, they spoke just like you, and he would give them the same thing, and he would cultivate them for like 15 years, 10 years, and then now they're just a handful of them, just inspiring the world.
Change the world.
Yeah. So, because I'm going to be traveling soon, and I'd rather take time like this. Thank goodness for Christmas, because it just stops everything. Everything stops for me, especially for holidays like this. So the fact that everybody's closed, you can't do much, you can't, you know what I mean? So now I make myself even more available. And what the public don't see is that, oh my God, we should take advantage of this. And this is where we jump in. You all don't even know. Until this very day, I would die to have more minutes with my professors. You know, more just because they're so I want to pick their brains. And to think that if Professor Giroux right now says, "Yeah, I know, Christmas, I'm not doing anything. Whoever wants to come see me, come see me," I would like fly there, the first one at the door with a tent. You know, and all these people are just asleep. No idea, understand the full value of what it means to be actually happy. And for like I said, for the students that ask questions outside the arena, I just want to answer a question with a question, which is, are you happy? Are you content? You know, the answer is going to be no. Because if the answer is already yes, then why are they here? Why are they there in the auditorium asking me about enlightenment? You get what I'm saying? So I'm like, well, reel yourself back in. Because if you're not happy and not content, you need to start with the basics. But yeah, I'm glad you guys, every time, it's funny. Sometimes, some Sundays, I look at both of you and I'm like, I don't think they want to leave. They're just like me back in the college days. Is that when certain professors talk, I was just like a sponge, and it's too bad. Like class is going to be over, and it's exhausting from 5:30 to 10:30 at night. Who takes class like that with 3 jobs? You know, and I had a girlfriend at the time, and I was on a motorcycle, and the girlfriend lives in Sarasota, so I had to go across the bridge, get some flowers at Walmart and drag it to her door and pretend like hi, you know. Um, but like in those moments, I was very enlightened, fully enlightened with my professors when they spoke. It just took it all in like a sponge and never wanted to leave. So that's what I see in you guys when you guys come. And yeah, these are going to be some of the most pivotal moments of your life. The intimacy, the time with the teacher is very important because when the teacher is no longer here, you are left on your own, and now life is going to test you. Life's going to throw so many bows and arrows at you. It's not even funny, like it is to me. Even as a monk, it's still throwing things at me. The reason why I'm not in Thailand right now is because of certain political issues. That's a headache. And I have my own political team, trying to clear. So it's just like the book is not finished. The book I'm writing is not finished. You know what I mean? But these are minute things. But you're going to be dealing with difficult people, working with difficult people, job promotions, pay raise, meeting, bills, health issues, just a tooth alone. And if you're not at peace with your tooth, what do you think is going to happen when the doctor says you have ulcer or hepatitis C or hepatitis A or whatever? You know what I mean? Like life-changing diagnosis. How will you use Buddhism then to get through peacefully, so that you help yourselves regenerate and heal? Versus, I can't believe I have this cancer. F this and F everybody, and nothing matters anymore. I'm gonna burn down the house, and my life insurance can go to my wife, and you could go on a tangent, So that's what all of this means, is that I didn't even know you were watching some of the scholarly panel that I was engaging in. And that's what you do. Whenever you have time, you must overdose yourself with Dhamma, so that you have so much. They're tools. They're literally tools that you're installing, necessary apps in your head. So when I'm not here, you deal with it and you live to tell about it. You deal with it, and then you write me an email. You're like, this is what happened, and this is how I dealt with it. And I dealt with it consistent with how the Buddha would want me to deal with it. And I dealt with it consistent with how you, Venerable Chidao, would want me to do. And I'm so proud of myself because I got through it. So, Ajahn Chah is not around for me to send him an email and be like, Ajahn Chah, they call me a dog. And they have, and they did. A celebrity monk, you don't exempt praise or blame. And Ajahn Chah have gave his teaching. He says, if they call you a dog, number one, see if you have a tail. And if you don't, then why is it bothering you?
Yeah, right.
And if Ajahn Chah was sitting right here, I would be like, they did call me a dog. And I did not have a tail. So therefore I let it go, thanks to you. But he's not here to actually hear that.
You know, I'd like to say, just like in reference to like real like experience, like at work, most of my calls that I take are good. You know, I'm in a sales position. Most of the time, it's decent. Every now and then, there's a jerk on the phone, like a real jerk. You know, that's just like literally trying to attack somebody just because they're miserable or being whatever, and it happens. And it used to bother me a lot. My heart rate would increase. I would feel it all, and again, since your teachings and sitting with you and stuff, I've noticed that it's gone away. And it was funny because after I told you about the thing about at the movies, I kind of got a little upset, and it just slowly escalated to the F word. I don't like to use cuss words, but I can avoid it. So if I say it, it really means something, like Peter was saying last night. But on the phone at work, there was a guy who was just trying to be a jerk and make a joke, and it was the funniest thing because because the company I work for provides insurance and warranties and stuff, and it's called Protect My Car. And he's like, I got a 2012 Huffy and the chain's falling off. You gonna help protect that? And I'm like, I laughed, and he was trying to be a jerk, and I laughed. I was like, that's a good one. I was like, I heard this one person one time tell me that they didn't have a car, but they had a bus pass. They took the bus and asked me if I could protect their bus pass. And that made me laugh too. I was like, thank you for the humor. And he totally switched I could hear it. He's like, hey, thank you. I was like, look, no worries. I'm going to mark you down as a non-qualified customer. And put that, obviously, we don't call them again or anything. It's marketing still at the end of the day. But I'm like, I'll mark you down as not qualified. He's like, hey, man, I want to thank you. You have a great rest of your day and happy holidays to you. And I was like, you could tell, like, the tonality, how he started the phone call. And it was short. I mean, it was the length that I'm talking. Very short. And it was like he totally took a 180 on how his approach to trying to communicate with me, all because I laughed. And it was genuine laughter. It wasn't like sarcastic or being a jerk. It was genuine humor that I found in what he said. And I approached it humorously, and I remembered how you explained, instead of like getting angry or whatever, you go up, talked about the situation where it's like, this will sit with me for the rest of my life. So I see that pretty girl over there. You mean a lot to her. You guys could just try to keep it down. It's the first time we've gone out to see a movie in a while. And like that came into my head in that moment, and that was how I reacted, and it completely changed. I feel like it changed his day. That moment, because he laughed, and it was genuine, and he wished me happy holidays after. And it's those moments that I see and experience now that I cherish most. Seeing the impact of how we act and how we react to the things that could either cause us suffering or cause us joy. So,
in dealing, this is why, and I mind you guys, every day I at my dad's office, I'm the only child in the family, and I have to help him run the office sometimes. And I engage with the public too, and it's one of the that's like the ultimate test is dealing with the public. The ultimate test is dealing with ignorant people when they don't know any better, and you're like, how now you have control. The fact that you have power over them, but you can steer the direction of the conversation with the knowledge that you have and the skills that you have. You can steer it any way that you want. You know how to poke the stick. You know how to get it out of them. You know how to get them angry and mad. But you have to ask yourself, like, how is this going to affect my karma, first and foremost? And how am I going to convince them about what's happening here? And anger rarely persuade people to do what you want them to do. It's not manipulation. It is skillfully trying to put you, and the other thing is trying to put you into their shoes. And once you can understand that, the judgment kind of goes away. And then now you use the correct words, the art of nonviolent communication. and then to help them where they're coming from. You know, again, like, can I help you? Versus, in what ways can I help you? Now you put their needs first instead of your needs, because now you know when you sound like that, it's like, oh, you know, people are constantly defensive. It's amazing how sensitive people are. We look at how sensitive we are and how sensitive people are. And mind you, because I teach you all this stuff, sometimes I even fall short of my own standards in dealing with the public. You know, and sometimes I don't have the patience like my dad do. Sometimes my dad put me in my place all the time. He's like, wow, you really sound like a jerk. And, you know, you know, and I'm like, oh, really? And like me and my dad have at it all the time. Like, well, how would you deal with this right now? Like, you know, I gave him instructions, and, you know, these are clients at the office under immigration law and stuff like that. And then I'm like, well, how would you deal with it? I'm asking the guy. The guy's not paying attention. I'm asking him to tell me what I just told him. He couldn't do that. I'm very direct and very assertive when it comes to my dad's office. And the type of people that is in there, they'd like to be argumentative. And I've seen how certain lawyers work. We don't let them argue. We don't let them argue. We have a certain way of doing things. It's very different than a monk. Sometimes I forget I'm a monk, and because I'm trying to like get a hold of their mind in the moment and then my dad thinks that I'm being a jerk because I'm trying to just, you know, let sit, don't ask any questions. Let me tell you how we're going to solve this problem. You understand? And my dad thinks that's a jerk.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because right now their mind's all over the place, and I will use certain instructions and directions for them to just sit, relax, just listen very closely to what I'm telling you. You know what I mean? You have to take sometimes you have to take an authoritative position so that they're like, doink. And you have to make them feel like they are the student right now. Because this can go on forever. And I don't have time for that. And then maybe my dad, I'm like, you know, if you had more time than I do, go ahead, have at it. I don't have time for this, you know, foolishness right now. And you will find that in a lot of the teachers on the panel. You look at their face, you realize these are the one that does it.
I'll sit you down and tell you kind of how it is, and it is do it and benefit, or don't do it and don't benefit.
And mind you, I've seen lawyers in the gods in the immigration sector where, you know, he only allows 10 minutes for them to talk. He understands their problem. And then he's like, now I'm going to tell you how I'm going to solve the problem. I'm going to tell you how much it's going to cost. And you make your decision, and that's it. I'm going to move on to my next case. You understand? And I was like, oh, shoot. I mean, again, he's God in his industry. And he doesn't have a lot of time. Do not argue with him. He knows how to fix your problem. But I'm proud of you to reflect wisely, you know. Keep up the good work. Obviously, thank goodness for your good memories of remembering all the things that I have said. Sometimes I'm sitting here repeating myself, and I can sense his lips is moving with me. So he's like, "Oh yeah, oh gee, that was using that again." you don't see what I see when I'm sitting here, you know. Oh, for the benefit of humanity. You know, he's like, oh yeah, gee, that was pulling that move on all of us right now. Yeah, you know, it is a good thing, and you know why? Sometimes you will hear me repeat, but in different ways, so you don't forget. And when you look at the guidelines of what the Buddha wanted us monastics to do for you, oh shoot, you would have an aneurysm at night. Because we are charged with that big task of meeting you where you're at, select the proper teaching, and make sure you remember it and how you can apply it. Because a lot of faults lie on the teacher if we don't do it skillfully.
I just want to say one more thing. Take off and talk about doing it skillfully. Obviously, I never shared before that I had grown up with a learning disability. Teaching methods, unbeknownst to you, I think, are exactly how I grew up learning. So you see me kind of like repeating the things that you say. That's how I learned.
And if you don't, even if you don't repeat what I say, I make you repeat what I said, just like I did last time. Remember, I repeat you. So repeat after me, sadhu. And everyone's like, oh, butt cheeks tighten up. Oh, sadhu, sadhu. Are we saying it right? Julia? Sadhu. How do? You know? Yeah. I know when a student gets it or don't get it. Number one, I always approach as if they don't get it. Every time when they look at me, I'm like clueless, poor thing. So I give my teachings the way that it does. And mind you, it's very distracting in a room of 20 people like last time. And I'm looking at all sorts of faces. And again, someone back there was doing this. Yeah. And then some back there were like, you know, my job is to gauge everyone and try to meet them in the middle of everybody. And so that's why you see all sorts of personalities come out, all sorts of tone come out, and all sorts of language change.
Yeah.
All of a sudden he's cordial and then he's like, WTF. And Julia's like, huh? Heath? Huh? You know, it's a lot of challenges. And I'm like, I need to inspire as many in here and try to get them to understand what's happening here. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. So don't worry. You know, I'm noticing everything about my students. Just when you think I don't know, or I'm playing around with my laptop and stuff like that, lots of mental notes. So time to wrap it up. I got to meet someone at 2. It's 1:18, so perfect timing. And Julia's like, my back, dude. I need some lidocaine.
Yes. Today I've been hurting so bad for some reason. I'm holding on to something, I feel like, but it's not in my head, it's like in my body.
Because it went from the head to the body.
Yes. I do a lot of work with my body. I roll out on a ball on my stomach to get the anger out and emotional trauma that's locked in there, and I didn't do it. I feel like enough. I spent time with my family, and that does cause me stress mentally, and it gets lodged in my body. I feel like that's where it came from. Actually.
Yeah, it's not good. So
No.
So learn to draw boundaries and to ensure your peace at any and all cost, even if you have to take a break from them, because that can kill you. That can cause cancer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it's good that you know that. And again, you got to crack the whip. This is where you guys have. This is why the middle way is be peaceful, but sometimes be assertive.
Right.
Draw the line, and you have to be a judge when you have to be a judge.
Yeah, I'm learning how to do
Balance.
that. Yeah,
But now you have my permission. Because sometimes you guys are like, well, he told us to be compassionate, and we don't know what to do in this moment. And I'm gonna swallow my own cancer. Yeah. Well, no, the Venerable says you need to do what you need to do to ensure your own peace, even if you don't have to be nice. If you don't have to be nice, you do it. Because that's why I'm giving you the examples that I'm giving you, because sometimes I'm not nice. Thank you. Refreshing to have these conversations with y'all. Y'all have a good Sunday and prepare for a victorious week ahead. No? See you guys next Sunday. Never fails. Every Sunday y'all show up.
Should we continue the 4 foundations of mindfulness?
Finish the CBT.
Okay.
I think I gave too much last time. I do that sometimes. I'm thinking you guys are lazy at home. So just trying to. Oh, admissions of guilt. Is that what that means? That last? No.
It's right on point with you saying you think that it is and it's not.
Oh, okay.
Because we're over there like.
We refrain from all entertainment. Like we don't watch TV
Oh, okay.
and stuff. Yeah, we don't do anything.
All right. Well, you know, your peers, the statistics of your peers tell me different. So this is why the burden is on you, not on the teacher. You have to prove the teacher wrong, right?
Yes.
Exactly. So you prove the teacher wrong. You know what I mean? When I went through my training, they told us all sorts of mean stuff. You're lazy. You're a POS. You should never join the order in the first place. Like military. It was like, you know what I mean? Yeah. And so we had to prove to them, no, I am worthy. Right. Damn it. So, you know, yeah. So we'll keep up the good work and see you guys next Sunday.
Yes, sir.
We do refrain from entertainment.
However, today we're gonna watch Christmas.
Go, middle way. You can do it. Just don't do it so that you neglect all the important stuff.
Yes.
You can drink. You can entertainment. Have at it.
We will refrain from drinking.
I take the precepts very seriously in that regard. I truly do. I know she does too. Thank you again, sir.
Okay, all right. Have a good day. All right, folks, I got to go offline here. I got to meet with another student at 2:00. So thank you all for joining and listening, being wonderful listeners. I got to move on to the next thing to do today. If you've missed this, I suggest you go back to the very beginning because it was a very, very fun, informative, educational, impactful talk on Christmas Day, merging Christianity and Buddhism together with all sorts of surprises between the talks. But all of you have been very attentive. And again, your presence online is the best present I could ask for. All of you. I mean that. Enjoy your Sunday. And if we reconvene again later today on live, then you will see me pop up on your screen. So again, for all those who are new to me, and again, I'm asking everyone to go to my YouTube. We don't know what's going on with TikTok and the US stuff that's going on, the regulations banning TikTok. So go over to YouTube. Again, today, everything was recorded, but everything failed except YouTube. Again, it's thank goodness. It's, these are life-saving talks and very impactful talks that means peace to people who are going to be listening to it. The application and clinical benefits of today's talk. So hooray to YouTube as a unifying, reliable platform for all of us to connect, to learn, and to share. So again, thank you all, and I need to carry on throughout my day. May all be well, be happy, be free, and always be healthy. Take care.